And here we go again. Last time we managed to squeak past Clay's Excadrill, which I think is the last gym leader Pokemon that especially scares me. I just know that it's one that I have in past playthroughs failed to beat on the first attempt sometimes. I actually don't know what I'm going to use against Skyla. I don't have anything that matches up especially well into her, but I'm just not as worried about it as I was with Elisa and Clay. But let's see what happens. This Lopunny is looking really strong so far. Maybe Etobicoke will clutch up again. For now, I got some story to advance. I don't know what Pokemon to focus on training either. I like the experience share on Scarborough the Gothita for now. I guess I can just sort of take a well-rounded approach with everyone else. So Etobicoke's at level 30. Toronto is almost at level 30. Let's keep Toronto in the lead for now, and then we can work on training East York. And sure enough, oh, it's raining. Nice. But sure enough, story things happening immediately. Hugh says, "You got a gym badge too. I knew you could do it. You know, my partners are the reason I was able to get that badge. But I'm sure there's more connecting us to each other than Pokeballs. If that's all there is, the stolen Purloin's feelings will never be what they were." And Clay's not interested in any of this. He, as always, has his own agenda. Not that he's a bad guy, but he always has his own agenda. "Oh, so you two squirts know each other, huh? You both ain't bad, so I want to show you something." "Wait, I just remembered. Clay, why? What's the reason? Why have you forgiven Team Plasma? There's always room for folks to grow and change, ain't there? And if you only go after what you think is right, you might end up rejecting all thoughts and opinions other than your own. That's mighty dangerous." Like it's not always black and white, huh? Is that one of those compromises adults are supposed to make? Whatever, I'm gonna fight Team Plasma. Oh yeah, what were you wanting to show us? You ever heard of the Pokemon World Tournament? Trainers from all over the world gather on to see who's toughest. Well then, I'll be waiting for you at the south end of town. Alright. A tournament to decide who's strongest, huh? Right on, it's time for some special training. So yeah, obviously we're going to keep fighting Team Plasma. Some of them are out there actively doing harm still. I don't think Clay would have any problem with that, but these guys up here on the hill, as we talked about last time, are doing their best to right as many as they can of the wrongs that they've done. And it's not like Hugh is about to go challenge them to a fight right now. He's got other, more current problems to go after. Okay. I did remember to go to the market. I have a Pokemon over level 30 now. Well, at level 30. Wrong guy. Who was it? Was it this one? No. Was it not at the market? Oh, I forgot to get that item. What? Come on. Oh, it is this guy. I just got thrown by his dialogue. You, great, take this. An expert belt. Nice, okay. You, glad you came. Get good at expert belts. Alright, I'll try to get good at expert belts. Actually, I don't know if I have any use for it. There's so many items to choose from in this game. Speaking of items, let's remember to get this one now. Embargo. Definitely not using that. Oh well. These fancy hotels. I still don't know how this has a 25th floor, but sure. Now we can go down to what used to be the cold storage. Did I remember to heal? I did, right? Pokemon World Tournament is ahead. If you keep winning, you get BP, which is to say you win battle points. So save up lots of BP and exchange them for great items. BP, of course, has been around since, I think, Gen 3? Maybe Gen 4? I think Gen 3. There must have been something in the Emerald Battle Frontier, right? And I still remember every time it comes up, when we were kids, one of my brothers thought that battle points was the funniest term in the whole game. I have no idea why. I didn't understand why then. I don't understand why now. But he would laugh his head off every time the term battle points was used. You'd be like, that sounds so ridiculous. Battle points. You'd have to ask him why, but I'm not sure he would remember now anyway. When battling in front of people, it's well known that you should stand on your ground and not dance around. I can't resist moves that groove, like Petal Dance, Quiver Dance, Fiery Dance, and Dragon Dance. And on rare occasions, even Lunar Dance. You have a Cresselia? Can we trade? Also, you should go to Alola. There's a Pokemon with a super broken ability that loves dancing moves over there. Also, I'll try to remember that when I'm playing ZA, not to dance around, to just stand my ground. I'm sure that'll be good. Oh, I can go this way? The cave down there is the Relic Passage. It was recently discovered, but amazingly it's... Wait, where was it connected to again? I can go here now? Okay. Let's talk to people around here first. I thought there would be some kind of wait to be able to go there. So this is a move reminder. Oh yeah, I remember a bunch of tutors and stuff are gathered down here in this game, which is convenient. When a Pokemon learns the move Hidden Power, somehow I can tell what type the move will be. Alright, let's check it out on my Pokemon that have relatively good special attack stats, which I think is just Toronto and Scarborough. Electric. That's not bad. On my Duat and on my Gothita. Fighting. That's pretty good. Do I have Hidden Power? The TM? It's sometimes an early game one. I would be happy to teach both of those Hidden Power types, but I don't have the TM. Okay. Maybe it'll come up at some point. Maybe it was available for sale somewhere? I don't remember. Well, like, it might have been at the Battle Subway. I'm not sure. This is the move to leader. Okay. Let's actually just do this story event, and then I can check out the Relic Passage later. Here we are. What do you think? Great building, huh? Here's where the Pokemon World Tournament takes place. Actually, if I'm not forced into the building right now, I'll do a couple other things before I go in. Ain't she purty? Follow me, Tads. Tads? I think that's some slang I don't know. Okay, I am forced into the building. We'll just do this now. The sculptures, I don't know what to say, except that I've always really liked these sculptures. I mean, they're more of the flashy opulence of this city now that it's gained in the last 2 years, but they look neat. This time I'm going to have you participate in the Driftveil tournament. Anything goes in this here tournament. 8 people will be participating, and if you win 3 times, you're the champion. And Sharon's here. Why did you call me too? I'm busy looking into something. Wonder what he's up to. You know something, Sharon? The one who's got to show everyone what Pokemon battling means is you, and your pal ain't here either. Hilbert, or Hilda, or Black, if you prefer, mentioned. I'm counting on the power of youth, because everyone likes up-and-coming stars. Okay, whenever you're ready, get on over to the reception. Man, oh man, you never change, Clay. But the tournament itself does look pretty fun. Okay, I'll go register. 2 years later, Clay is still strong-arming Charon into doing stuff for him. Me too. Black 2, come on, let's have some fun. We'll battle, plain and simple. By the way, I'm looking for any hint that Clay has a daughter. I'm sure there are no hints. I'm sure Lacey was fully invented for the Indigo Disc, and they had no thought of her in their minds before that. But it would be neat if there were any kind of mention of Clay having even, I think, a kid or something. I don't think there will be. Look at this. Look at throwing a javelin. I don't know. I like it. Hello, welcome to the Exchange Service Corner. Would you like to trade in your BP for some fabulous prizes? Okay, they got TMs here. Brick Break's a pretty decent one. Oh, there's Hidden Power. Interesting. By the way, of course, Frost Breath was Bryson's TM, but he's not a gym leader anymore, so now it's here. There's pretty good ones here. Hello there, trainer. Let me fill you in about battle points. Haha, battle points. I don't know. Battle points, also known as BP, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Hello. Well, looking in the Exchange Service Corner. What have we got over here? Vitamins, Evolution Stones, some useful held items, some of which also evolve Pokemon, some of which don't. Power items. Some really good items. Rare candies, I didn't remember that. But some really good items at the higher end. Okay. I know much about strong trainers, so I'll tell you about the gym leaders and champions and so on once you've battled them. Okay, well, if I've already battled them, I don't know that I need to be told about them. Also, this guy's not actually offering me to ask any questions, he just says this. Maybe as some other interaction later. Someday, I'll be a famous guy. But for now, I'm just a spectator here. What kind of famous person are you? Just a guy. I'll be a famous guy someday. Okay. Wrong receptionist. We're getting special tournaments ready. It may take a while, so please be patient. And yeah, it's just going to be the Drift Veil tournament. Going to be a smaller scale thing. We get off the ground here. But of course, they pull notable trainers from all over the history of the series in the later tournaments. Gym leaders, champions, you name it. Literally, Wolf Glick has been an NPC in the Pokemon World Tournament. It was like a downloadable event, I think. I won't be able to do it in this playthrough, but after Worlds 2012, in which Ray Rizzo beat Wolf Glick in the final, they gave their teams to NPCs named Ray and Wolf, and you could do a tournament with them. So the PWT is really neat, and they've never done anything else like it, and it's kind of... I don't know if it's forgotten now. It's not something people talk much about, because why would they? But it was really cool at the time. Anyway, I'm going to lead a Tobacco, and I'm going to bring Toronto. And then actually East York is tied with Scarborough for the lowest level member of the team. I'm used to East York being one of the carries, but York is at a higher level now. You know what? I'm actually going to lead York. I can set Toxic Spikes. And then I'll go Tobacco and Toronto. Let's go. I thought I was just going to bring, you know, the original 3. But all that experience share training has really paid off for York. And I guess East York really does need some attention. Anyway, we got Colrus, that weird scientist from earlier. We got Charon. We got Hugh. We got some other NPCs that don't matter. Round 1 opponent is Hugh. Sorry, we got Wanda, Ren, Roddy, and Enid. Well, round 1 opponent is Hugh. Let's go. I also do really enjoy these walk-up scenes in the World Tournament. It's just a nice little spectacle. Oh, I should have read that. Oh well. Here we go. Clay sure likes things loud and flashy, doesn't he? Well, whatever. It's time to go all out. Alright. We are playing on the big stage now. And he was just leading with his Servine, so very convenient that I chose to do this. Looks like, oh, no, looks like we're not set to level 25. I still get to have my levels, so I have a pretty clear advantage there. Leech Seed is fine. Because the Sludge Bomb will still do a lot of damage to this thing, right? And if York goes down, I have the Tobacco in the back. Dodge a Slam, very nice. Yeah, that does half. It also gets the poison, so I don't have to worry about the Leech Seed recovery. I think it did a tiny bit more than half, actually. Leech Seed recovery, but then poison damage, and Servine is at about 50%. And a Quick Claw activates now, nice. Good stuff. Should probably be looking to switch out because the Leech Seed will still be active. What's his other Pokemon? Or his next Pokemon? Simisear. Okay, I'm going to switch to Toronto against that. Get a turn of Poison Chip. Probably not take much damage back. Yep. Easy. And then Razor Shell. Clear should be fine. I don't know what his last Pokemon is. Maybe it's like a Tranquil or something, but I still have all 3 of mine. It is Tranquil. It's not poisoned, but I can just throw a Razor Shell at it. Okay, it detects this turn, that's fine. Colrus is going to have Steel types, right? Probably like Magnemite and Clink, so actually bringing my Poison type and my Electric type is not great for that, but at least Lopunny has... Actually, 2 of these Pokemon have Dig, and then my Lopunny also has Jump Kick. It should be fine. Anyway, the winner of the first round is Black 2. And Hugh says, still, your Pokemon sure look like they're having a lot of fun when they battle. I'm sure they are. And then in the other matches, Colress was never in any danger. It was an extremely easy victory over Wanda. Battle could have gone either way, but Ren has defeated Roddy. The opponent couldn't do much at all. Sounds like Charon just swept through Enid. And then, of course, what a suspenseful... Okay. It was a 3-0, but sure, what a suspenseful match. The winner is Black 2. That means Charon next. The first gym leader. How hard could this be? Young trainer battling for his ideals. That is what Charon's all about, isn't it? He's not the hero of ideals, but he's all about ideals. Welcome to the Unova region. Welcome, world. The hotels are all booked up. This is the Pokemon World Tournament, built to be a global spectacle. Welcome, world, to the Unova region. Let's see truth and ideals clash once again. I'm as thrilled as I can be to battle here against you, the first challenger I battled as a gym leader. I'm sure you've learned something about Pokemon during your journey. Now I'm going to see if your bond with Pokemon has grown stronger. There's the Stoutland. Fully evolved Stoutland already. I guess we're a decent ways into the game. And Charon is no joke. He's proving it with this Pokemon choice. We'll go for the Toxic Spikes again. Won't be useful against Colress, but... I think Charon might have a Tranquil as well. I'm not sure. Uh-oh, work up. Maybe I shouldn't be letting it set up like that, but oh well, I'm committed now. At least York is faster. And he's using Tackle, not Takedown or something. Still does a lot at +1. We'll just go for Sludge Bomb here, and I can Jump Kick after York goes down. Didn't get the Sludge Bomb Poison. Would have liked that little bit more chip. Would have made me feel a little bit more comfortable with this non-stab Jump Kick, but 5 level advantage, Lopunny. Jump Kick's pretty strong, should be fine. Ooh, just misses the KO. So yeah, poisoning it would have been great, but we take the Tackle back extremely well. We can wrap this up with a return. Pinchino. Then is it Watchog last? Maybe he doesn't have a Tranquil. I mean, since Hugh just used a Tranquil, it would make sense for Charon not to. Jump Kick actually just one-shots, no Toxic Spikes needed. Yeah, it is Watchog. Okay, the Toxic Spikes might not actually have been useful here, and surely won't be useful against Colress, but it was worth a shot. Yeah, the Tobacco actually just sweeps. Okay. My Pokemon have grown much stronger, that's right. I even have a normal type that can sweep through your normal types now. Maybe, you know, maybe in 2 more years when some young trainer starts his journey in some other unknown pocket of the Unova region, maybe I'll be the new normal type gym leader then. I made it where I am because Pokemon were by my side. Perhaps we need to think about why Pokemon help us, not in terms of Pokemon and trainers, but as a relationship between living beings. I mean, sure, yeah. And now, am I facing Colress or am I facing Ren? Place your bets. Not that I endorse gambling. I don't really. An overwhelming victory for Colress. Alright, GG, Ren. After a tremendous battle, the survivor is Black 2. And it's Black 2 versus Colress for the whole Driftveil tournament. And since it's the final, we really ramp up the walk-ups now. Look at that. Clay's probably taken some lessons from Elisa about how to put on a show. In the blue corner, Black 2. In the red corner, Colress. As a researcher, it is the truth and the ideal way things should be that I seek. The latent power of Pokemon, what is the best way to bring it out? If possible, I want it to be the trust between trainers and their Pokemon, just as it has always been. I look forward to you teaching me that this is indeed true. Colress is a weird character. Keeping an eye on him later. Who's specifically interested in the trust between trainers and their Pokemon being the key bringing up Pokemon's power. That's the truth and ideal that he thinks he sees. But, a moral scientist that he is, he's going to check out other options as well. Anyway, I was wrong about Magnemite. It's Magneton. I don't have much for that. I actually think I'm best off letting York go down. I'll click Toxic Spikes, because I think he might have one Pokemon that isn't a Steel type. And I do have Payback, so I do have an attack to damage Magneton, but this is Gen 5. Steel still resists Dark. I'll do that if I get a third move. Yeah, and I didn't want to switch the Etobicoke in on a Thunder Wave. That was also a key part of my thinking just now. Oh, this Magneton probably has Sturdy. So I probably should go for a... Okay, good. I should get the chance to go for a Payback still. And then I can knock it out with Dig. Never mind, it crits me. Okay. Guess I should have gone for a Payback while I had the chance. I'm actually going to go Toronto next. On an Electric type. I'm looking to play around a possible Sturdy, protect Etobicoke from Paralysis, and sweep with Etobicoke. Because that's easily my best answer for the kind of Pokemon Colruyt tends to use. Clearly, I don't remember his exact team. Does have Sturdy. Should have broken that earlier. Toronto might go down here, but then Etobicoke should be positioned okay. I don't have a perfectly... Oh, well, I'm slower anyway. I might as well click Revenge. I don't have any other perfectly accurate move except Dig, which leaves me vulnerable to a full para on either of the two turns. Gets a full para here. Not great. This will knock out Toronto. Just kidding. Toronto will survive on 1 HP. Really giving the audience a spectacle here as Revenge takes out the Magneton. Next is Clink. He hasn't evolved that yet. It's a Gen 5 Pokemon. It probably evolves at a crazy high level. I don't actually know. Alright, 2-2. Nope. Just kidding. 2-1. I'm already on my last Pokemon. Go straight for a jump kick. One-shots. Finally, even this up. Colruyt had no trouble with his other opponents, but he might not have been ready for me as his LGM comes in and gets poisoned. Go straight for a return. And we give the audience the exciting comeback win that they no doubt wanted to see. And Colruyt learned much from this battle. And you know what? Colruyt is studying the bond between trainers and Pokemon as a way to bring out Pokemon's full strength. Well, he just got... After a strong position early in the battle, he got absolutely swept by a Pokemon that got as powerful as it is precisely by maxing out Friendship. I even clicked Return on the last turn there. The winner is Black 2. That looks kind of awful on that screen, but okay. Just as I expected, your Pokemon must be happy to be by your side. You bring out the best in their power. This concludes the Driftvale tournament. Look at all those streamers, all that confetti. It's a small thing, but I really enjoy seeing that after playing a tournament. See you in the next tournament. That might be the only one for this playthrough. We'll see. Congratulations on winning the Driftvale tournament. As a result of your victory, you will be awarded battle points. I've got 1 BP. There's a part of me that actually kind of wants to go for that Hidden Power TM. Maybe I would do it off recording because I'd probably just spam the battle subway for a while. But Hidden Power Electric on my Duat and Hidden Power Fighting on my Gothita would both be genuinely pretty good. An outstanding battle, Runts. Now everybody's going to want to join in on this here tournament and show their stuff. And look, another gym leader. Hey, you two! Haven't you got any wild and crazy Pokemon battles to show me? Guess I'll have to enter the tournament myself and rock the audience right out of their seats. See what I mean? People are pouring in already. If the strongest trainers from all over join in, it'll raise up everybody's level of skill. And then little old Driftvale City will grow even more and make a heap of money. So keep on busting those battles and riling everybody up. See ya! Hugh says, "Aw, I wanted to win the tournament the first time I participated." You'll get him next time, buddy. Charon says the Unova gym leaders will probably participate in order to improve their skills. Exactly what Clay's hoping for. I haven't gone up here yet. Many trainers from far away will come to participate. I think they are already. All the hotels are booked up. It's crazy popular. This is what packed to the rafters means. It did look like a good crowd out there, too. Clay is awesome. I heard he started all this to encourage Driftvale City's development. 2 years ago, this was the cold storage area. It looks different now. That's the Pokemon World Tournament for you. It's packed with spectators. Of course, most of Driftvale City looks different now, the market being a notable exception. Now we go outside. Hugh's here. Baron's here. I barely recognized you in Black 2. You two are way different from when we battled in Dispersia City. Traveling with Pokemon makes everyone grow so much. Oh, hello. What was that just now? I'm going after him. Black 2, come with me. Stop. It's Colress. There's no reason for you to stick your necks into something so dangerous. Pokemon I'm looking for. My little sister's Purloin. It might be with them. He's off. Totally valid. I'm going too. I've got his back. With Charon on our side, I'm pretty sure we'll be okay. Don't think it's going to be too dangerous to deal with some Team Plasma grunts. What do you think, Colress? I don't understand. That's not courage, it's recklessness. Does he think anything is possible simply because he has Pokemon with him? No. No, it's not possible. All trainers in Pokemon are bound to one another by Pokeballs. Well... all? By Pokeballs? Then maybe it is this bond that will allow trainers to overcome the impossible if they trust their partner Pokemon. Trust. It's too much of an unknown factor, but if believing in your Pokemon gives you the courage to stand up to Team Plasma, and the courage to help your friends, then follow them south to the dock. Look at this fountain. This area is obviously... whoa, actually was something in the garbage. This area is obviously completely transformed. This is an industrial site. What kind of trainers will come? What kind of battle will it be? The crowd will go wild for my Pokemon. I admire the fountain a little bit more. Pretty nicely animated. It's like it's spraying up blasts of water in intervals there. Now that one of them actually had something in it, I feel like I have to check the others. A helmet is an important tool for shock protection. It's good to let your Pokemon have one too. Rocky Helmet, nice. Got a Pokemon hold a Rocky Helmet. The foe will also be damaged if that foe's move makes physical contact. A lot of people giving out battle items around here, but I think this is also where you got the Rocky Helmet in Black 1, right? Also from a worker. There's still some of those around. I already talked to her. Isn't it wonderful how people challenging themselves helps bring the world together? Water Pledge, Fire Pledge, and Grass Pledge. When combinations of these three moves are used in battle, special things happen. Oh, you got water? You got the pledges for me? Hey, the Pokemon is still with you, and if you have a special bond, a strong bond, there's a special move it can learn. So yeah, this guy teaches the pledges. I think my Jolly Duot will stick with Razor Shell for now. I think Water Pledge is just not strong enough to be that interesting to me, although I probably will be picking up Surf when that time comes. My husband can teach some Pokemon the ultimate moves. So this is the Frenzy Plant Blast Burn Hydro Cannon guy. Your quest for power has brought you here. Very well. Let me reward your passion with some absolutely astounding moves. They're the ultimate moves. Okay. I am actually free to go do something else right now. The game is not railroading me, but this Team Plasma thing seems urgent. Let's go deal with that, and then I have a couple other ideas for what's next. Let's pick up this PP up first. We got some docks down here. We got boats coming in. This area was not built up at all. I don't think this dock was even here last game. This is a lot in 2 years. Honestly, it strains belief a little bit that they were able to build so many things in such a short time. Maybe that's the 2020's Canadian in me coming out. What do you mean you can build things quickly? But I guess when Clay throws money around, people move. Also, Clay is, as we know, really good at strong-arming people into getting things that he wants done. So, he's just a force of nature like that, I guess. He's built different. A ship's only really a ship when it's crossing an ocean. Docked ships sure look lonely. Okay. And, Gangplank down, we can just walk right onto this weird ship that we saw in Castelia City. This ship. Remember when Hugh called out that Team Plasma was probably traveling over water, and then he saw a weird ship and was like, huh, that's weird, and moved on? Well, this is the one. This ship. Why is it so cold? And seems like it's disguised as an old sailboat, but that can't be it, right? Oh, hello. Why should you care? By the time we're done with you, it won't matter anyway. And a whole bunch of grunts. Good thing we have Charon with us. You guys, seriously? This is Team Plasma's base? Well, they can't really be operating out of the castle anymore, can they? Correct answer. So that's why, as you can see, there are so many of us here. Is this all? I think you need more backup. Ha ha ha! Ooh, I'm so scared. Big tough guy. Okay, pulverize these punks. Plasma! Hugh says, hey, just to let you know, I'm about to unleash my rage. Let's go, it's time for Hugh's rage. He goes one way, Charon goes one way. These two think they have a soft target here. You're first. Let's see what kind of rage I've got. Level 30 coughing, that's actually kind of serious. Let's just give it a razor shell to the face. Okay, timely defense drop. Now the next one might KO. I don't think Gyro Ball is anything to be all that worried about. Goodbye coughing. Who's next? Oh, that was his only Pokemon. Whoops. Poor guy. Next! Hurry up already! It's my turn. Actually, it's Trubbish time. Oh no, a Trubbish. These guys have not done much in 2 years to strengthen their teams, huh? These guys got one Pokemon, it's a level 30 Trubbish. I don't think it takes a Razor Shell as well as that coughing did. Well, dodged one though. Did some more damage back. And apparently we're speed tying. Alright, this Trubbish is putting up more of a fight. Maybe it is Trubbish time. I don't know why I'm not using Dig. This doesn't have Levitate. It'd be really funny. Actually, it doesn't matter at this point. It'd be really funny if I win this speed tie and then lose the next one in the Trubbish. Has 2 turns where it can't damage me. But this should KO anyway. Yeah. Plasma! Plasma! What's with this trainer? This reminds me of that trainer who messed with us 2 years ago. How about that? Go, go! Someone avenge me and take these guys out! What's with this trainer? Blah, 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 blah. This is a piece of cake to go back up Charon. That little punk was too intense, especially for someone whose head looks like a quillfish. Can't really argue with that. Look around you, see how many of us there are. Just surrender already. Oogs! Strong for such a little brat. I'm not losing. Well, actually, I haven't received a Pokemon yet. Okay, so Hugh has beaten 2 of these guys already. This guy's just here for moral support. I've beaten 2. Oh no, there's so many of them. Whatever will we do? Oogs! Sniff. Our plans might fail again. I didn't stand a chance, and I trained my Pokemon for 2 whole years too. Yeah, it really shows, huh? What's this? Are the gym leaders going to interfere with us again? Hey, I remember you. You're going to pay for Burbank. You and the gym leader are going down, so you better brace yourselves. It's 2 against 1 now. Black 2, I'd like to show them what the 2 of us can do, so could you help me out? Let's go. I kind of want to go for Dig into Grimer, but if Charon knocks it out, my Dig goes into Golbat. I'll be sad, so let's go for Razor Shell into Golbat here. So, okay, so that one goes for Thunder Fang. If I land this Razor Shell, there goes the Golbat. Nice. Liepard. Okay, if Liepard doesn't knock Toronto out, I can go for Dig now. Strength into Liepard, good. Great, we've gotten rid of one of the grunts already, there's just one left. This guy might have a flying type in the back, and maybe I still will use Dig into nothing, but we'll see. Terran's Stoutland is just sweeping these Pokemon aside anyway. Having somehow gained 8 levels since the World Tournament a moment ago. Whatever, levels are fake. All these things are resolved if you just don't actually take levels very literally within the story and accept that they're just a game mechanic that the game needs to run properly. Like, obviously some Pokemon have more experience and are stronger than others, but pretty easy to suspend disbelief if you just don't take levels that literally. And why would they be so literally real? That's not how strength or athletes work. Or animals. Anyway. Thanks, you've really become much stronger. How about Hugh next, okay? Anyway, East York is falling behind, and I said I would get Toronto to level 30 and then try to do something about that. Actually, East York is now sole lowest level Pokemon on the team, as Scarborough is benefiting nicely from that experience share. So let's go back Hugh up. Wait, you have anything more to say for yourself? The gym leader's irritating, but you are a horrible little brat. Well, thank you very much. I'm gonna end this, so back me up. Okay, Plasma Punk, are you the thief who stole a Purloin and a Spartia 5 years back? They have no answer to that? Okay. Well, let's go. Grimer and Coughing, okay. Probably just go for an Air Cutter. Servine is not great here. Either one of the other starters would be more helpful, unfortunately. Yeah, let's go for an Air Cutter. It hits Coughing's lower defensive stat, and also it's a spread move. Nice slam into the Grimer. That Air Cutter really doesn't do much. Unfortunately, it's an under-leveled Tranquil. And it's a spread move. Oh, minimize Grimer, that's annoying. Well, I'll stick with Air Cutter then, because probably useful to try to take the Coughing out. Grimer immediately dodges both attacks. Air Cutter crits the Coughing, still doesn't KO. Yeah, Tranquil definitely needs some attention. Training-wise. They're just spamming Sludge Bombs back at us. I thought they would take out the Servine there, but unfortunately, I am stuck with Servine on the field a little bit longer. This Air Cutter should take out Coughing as long as it connects. Grimer dodges a Leaf Blade. Not the Air Cutter. It does take the Air Cutter, but Coughing doesn't at this point. East York levels up. That always helps at this point. It can learn Taunt. I'm not interested. Could have taunted the Grimer if I had it to prevent the minimize, but I was not going to be doing that anyway. Sludge Bomb into East York. These guys, it's like these guys are skilled VGC players, making sure they don't take out the Servine because they know the Servine is just not that strong into them. I'm going to rely on Hugh to land an attack here, and I'm going to go for Roost. And he does connect with the Slam. 75 accuracy into +2 evasiveness. Servine clutches up like the best starter in the entire series. Get some recovery, but we'll see what this Watchog does back. Super Fang into Servine. That's good. The poison damage will take it out now. I mean, Servine would actually be good into Watchog. Now that it's not all poison types, maybe I don't want Servine to go down, but it's so low already. Let's give Simisear a shot against Watchog and Raticate. I'll go for Fly now. That's my stronger attack. I'll target the Raticate. Raticate's actually kind of strong for this point in this game. Look at those teeth. Hugh goes for Flame Burst into the Watchog. That's a 2-hit KO, which is good. Raticate tried to Sucker Punch East York while it was in the air. Raticate's a relatively good Pokemon for Team Plasma Grunt. These guys are still awful at battling. Scarborough levels up. Can learn Flatter. I don't think I'm interested, but let me see. Nah. And Fly lands into Raticate. Doesn't quite KO, but I can beat it with a quick attack now. The Sucker Punch comes out first. Simisear tanks that. And quick attack for the win. There we go. We can get East York some experience and prevent her from lagging behind now. Hey! You're kidding! This is no good! What should we do? Again, these guys have not gotten any stronger in 2 years. I don't know what they expected. That's the last of them. Well now, Why don't you tell me everything you know about Purloin? Good idea. There are a lot of things I want to ask about as well. Ooh, the music changed. What is going on? Oh, it's this guy. Oh, good grief. My feelings exactly, Charon. You're the person who was shivering in the cold storage, right? That's right, it's Zanzalin of the Seven Sages. The one we confronted in the cold storage back in Black 1, and then later also found there for Looker. The one who spends all his time huddled up in there complaining about being cold, but saying that it proves he's alive. Wasn't your name Zanzalin? You're going to have to tell me what you're planning to do with this ship. You! Once again, we will use the legendary Dragon-type Pokemon, and we will rule the Unova region. Curious trainers, we shall not let you run around as you please. What a sad character. And here he is trying to act tough. Shadow Triad, get them out of here. By the way, we are not your... I know, but kick them out of here now. Move. Okay. In the end, Zanzalin didn't even do a darn thing to get us out of there. He relied on the Shadow Triad, who don't answer to him, but I guess understood that it was in their organization's interest anyway. That we not be allowed to proceed. They've got work to do to advance their goals. They can't have us running around in there. The Shadow Triad, what's their deal anyway? Ah! Team Plasma, where did you vanish to? He's off to find some more outlets for his rage. As for Charon, the Shadow Triad. With their superhuman powers, they can immobilize people and then disappear. But I'm more concerned with what Zanzalin said. Once again, we will use the legendary Dragon-type Pokemon and we will rule the Unova region. What could that mean? The legendary Dragon-type Pokemon Reshiram and Zekrom aren't in Unova anymore. Black 2. There's something I want to look into, so I'm going to head to Route 6. Be careful out there. Alright. First thing I'm going to do right now... check the hidden power types on my other Pokemon, just in case there's anything really interesting. East York, Tranquil, Ghost, Etobicoke, Lopunny. I heard someone say Lopunny the other day, and that's probably actually how it's pronounced. That's probably correct. I've been saying Lopunny for a long time, so I might forget, but Etobicoke the Lopunny. Steel. That's pretty bad in this gen. More of a physical attacker anyway. And York the Trubbish. Rock. Okay, those are underwhelming. But I actually think I do want the hidden power TM for the other two Pokemon on my team. And it doesn't cost a ton of battle points. So I'm going to fly back to Nimbasa City. Heal up. Go to the battle subway. And then I think I'll cut the recording. I don't need to record myself playing the battle subway however many times it takes to get the points. But yeah, I think the hidden power TM could be pretty useful. Hidden power electric on my water starter and hidden power fighting on my psychic type are both really solid options. And I was thinking about teaching signal beam to Scarborough, the Gothita, at the cost of most of my red shards. But with hidden power fighting, I don't have to do that, and I can consider like Thunder Punch on Etobicoke or something, since I don't have electric coverage anywhere else. Actually, that's not true. I'm about to have hidden power electric. I can consider Fire Punch. I don't know. I could consider something. I could probably just save the shards and come back later in the game. But I can do that. Anyway, I got the Drift Veil Mightiest medal, I guess, for winning a Drift Veil tournament. That's nice. Then we go into the battle subway. I'm probably going to use the same 3 Pokemon as the Drift Veil tournament. Do the Toxic Spikes lead into Lopunny as the ringer again. With my starter also there. So, what were the TMs available here? Not that it matters. Or is it the same here and at the World Tournament? That would make sense. It is the same here and at the World Tournament, so I did see the hidden power TM here before. Alright, 14 more battle points. Shouldn't take too terribly long, but no need to waste your time with it. See you when it's done. Okay, that's done. It took longer than I hoped. I kept getting crit and stuff. Almost bailed, but then I switched to the multi-battle train and got carried by my good friend Rosa again. That was still frustrating at some points. Rosa made baffling decisions in some of those battles, but she also had, by far, the strongest Pokemon in those battles. At least in the early trains, so... I can buy Hidden Power now. And I can teach it to my Duat and my Gothita. Didn't see that one coming when I started recording the episode. But it's good stuff. Hidden Power Electric on a water type. The only problem is I have to drop one of Dig, Razor Shell, Fury Cutter, and Revenge. And although Revenge is a pretty good move, I think it's the least useful coverage for a Duat, so out of those options. So it's the one to go. And then Hidden Power Fighting on my Psychic type is obviously great. Scarborough currently knows Fake Tears, Double Slap, Psyshock, and Feint Attack. I will drop Double Slap. When am I ever using that with my Gothita? And back to the journey. I guess Relic Passage next. I think there's some surfing to be done in there, and I don't have surf yet. I will soonish, but I might as well explore what I can in the meantime. So let's just fly right back to... Oops. Let's just fly right back to Driftvale City. And off we go. I'm not going to bother with the move tutor with the red shard right now. That can be a decision for later. There's no one burning need that I have for any specific move there. Actually, I should buy Super Repels before this. I have 20 regular Repels. I think I'm okay if I buy Super Repels right after this. I'm here collecting shards so that I can have my Pokemon be taught moves that can be found in Dust Clouds, but rarely you find them on a Pokemon instead. I thought that guy would be a trainer, but no. This is a trainer. My path and yours, they cross here and now. They sure do. Let's fight. Alright. This is physically bulky, so I guess I'll go for Air Cutter and hope I crit. Being immune to the ground stab is nice. Especially because East York definitely is falling behind the level curve. You can see it here. That was a crit though, uh-oh. That's not great damage. Might still be able to win this. Might have to switch out. We'll try another Air Cutter, another crit. Nice. I'll go with Quick Attack for the accuracy on this last turn. So East York does pull through, but just barely. And no doubt there will be more battles down here. Once I get Scarborough to level 30, maybe I'll reconsider some of how I'm training right now. Look at that, I even got a Wild Encounter with a Repel on. East York is definitely falling behind. Well, I'll take this opportunity to Roost, actually. That might give East York an advantage in the next trainer battle. Air Cutter. Crits. Alright. Well, East York got knocked out by a wild Pokemon. That is because I tried to make a move against it instead of running. Generally, when one of my Pokemon in a playthrough is knocked out on a route, I run back and heal, but if they're knocked out by a wild Pokemon, what's stopping that just happening again? So I'm not going to go heal East York. That probably means East York falls a bit further behind, but we'll do what we can, you know? In the meantime, I guess I'll train Toronto, because that Hidden Power Electric is pretty good into the next gym leader. Battle this guy, make a little shortcut here. I think he said something about, did you know this path was supposedly made ages ago, but because I'm a little bit rattled about what just happened to my Tranquil, I forgot to slow down and read it. My bad. I also don't think I talked to that backpacker after we battled. I might go ahead and make use of this shortcut right now. That speeds and goes for Dig. Yeah, my Pokemon are struggling a little bit in a way that they haven't up to this point. But, you know, get some experience against these opponents and we'll get caught up. I have also recently, well, like 2 episodes ago, gone up from a team of 3 to a team of 5, so more mouths to feed with experience points. What can you do? But that Roggenrola is low. I don't want to burn a power point and potentially even miss a Razor Shell, so let's go for hidden power right now. Looks pretty cool. Neutral hit into Roggenrola, of course. And we keep going. Did Lopunny's cry get cut short somehow? Did that happen because I hit a button? Which I did do. I don't know. That didn't sound like the full cry to me. I am going wherever I can have glorious battles against new people. It sounds quite daring, doesn't it? Well, just step out of this cave and you're in a good spot for that. People barely make a tunnel this long those ages ago. No, they must have had many Pokemon helping them with the work, or they must have been forcing the Pokemon to help. It's like the pyramids of the Pokemon universe, huh? Yeah, so we can surf here when we have surf. For now, let's battle this guy. A lake that spreads beneath the earth, and the hiker who waits beside it. I like that quote, actually, from that other hiker, because it kind of touches on real-world lore. Like, yes, people built the pyramids, but there are conspiracy theories around how did they have the technology to do it. But also, these games are so much about the relationship between humans and Pokemon, and there's someone alluding to some mysteries about how it was in the distant past. It doesn't really go anywhere, but it's a little bit of flavor for a region that is partly so vibrant because it's just bursting with those little bits of flavor all over the place. It sounds a little weird, but you understand what I'm saying. Anyway, yeah, the level curve has jumped up a bit, but a lot of these Pokemon are still pretty weak, and the trainers only have 1 or 2 of them, so good training before actually making progress toward the next gym. Useful stuff. This lake was formed by the water from underground rivers, such a clear, flawless blue. Very nice. There's something clear, flawless blue as well. Maybe there will be a move tutor later who will be happy to take that from me or something. I'll borrow this ruin's power to power up my own psychic powers. This person's power tripping. All they can think about is power. I guess this is the Relic Passage, right? So I have been to a part of this area already. I don't know why I wouldn't be able to access it now. But I guess I've just forgotten until I came down here. And of course, I can't go to the Clay Tunnel. Okay, calm mind. It's just as well that I went with Razor Shell for this stab and going off the higher attack stat instead of the super effective hidden power. Yeah, happened to choose well there. Running out of Razor Shell PP, but I don't think it's worth going for hidden power here either. Might get knocked out anyway, yeah. Alright, let's go Scarborough. And look to knock this out with a feint attack. Alright, narrowly taking the Air Slash. There it is. Lots of experience, because this is the Pokemon with the experience share right now. Gets level 30. I'll try to get everyone to level 30, so I'll just give the experience share back to York. I'll just swap the items on York and Scarborough right now. Maybe that's a little bit micromanaging, because it's only a difference of 1 level right now, and I think Scarborough could use some more experience share training. But honestly, maybe after York gets to level 30, I can think about not using the experience share for a while. I'm not sure. It's an option. Anyway, for now, let's get out of here, go heal. Get right back in. I'll buy those super repels now, too. Been putting them off for a while, mostly just because I've been forgetting. But right now I remember. One thing consistent about Driftvale City between both versions of the Unova games, some of the best music of any city in the series. There are a couple of Alola cities with really good music as well, but Driftvale and Nimbasa stand out to me as two of the best, and probably the best of Unova. Busy saver, does that mean I've been saving the game a lot? I did a lot of that in the Battle Subway when it was forced. Battle Teacher, no idea what that's for. Non-effective Artist, so I've been using not very effective attacks a lot. That kind of tracks, because sometimes when I was in the Battle Subway with Rosa, I'd be facing like a Dark type and a Psychic type, or a normal type and a Psychic type, and I would click Jump Kick with my Lopunny, and Rosa would knock out the intended target, and it would go into the Psychic type. It was pretty annoying. Subway Accelerator, because I've been playing the Battle Subway a bunch, I assume. I don't know why I was thinking about going to the PC. There's nothing I need to do with that. Let's buy... I have so much money. Let's buy 50 Super Repels. That'll hold me for a while. Yeah, I mean, what music from a Pokemon City comes to mind? The same way Driftvale or Nimbasa does. I think a couple of the ones in Alola, at least Melly City on Ula Ula Island. Lumiose City, but maybe that's because I have Kalos on the brain right now. Because ZA came out, and is set entirely in that city. There are a couple other good ones in Kalos. Azalea Town, because I use it in my YouTube videos all the time. That one, I think, is maybe specific to me. But you can put, like, Ecruteak City up there. Okay, there are a lot of good ones, but Driftvale's still one of the best. Really glad I used a Repel. Well, these are exactly at level 27, so if I just level East York up once, which is very close to happening, it shouldn't be an issue anymore. Bear with them for the time being, though. They're also not interesting encounters. Woobat and Boldore. Some pretty basic early Pokemon in the Unova games, and East York is probably about to get knocked out. Not yet. Maybe about to get knocked out without even getting into any more battles down here. Hey, it's rough for East York right now. Did I already do everything down here? I think I did, actually. Okay, well I can probably roost against this, because roosting turns off the rock weakness. And then I should still be able to run from a Boldore pretty easily, I would think. Mud Slap. Well, that's extremely weak. I'll do one more roost, get up to about full. A little less after whatever the attack the Boldore goes for, unless it's not an attack. Power Gem, that's fine. Boldore is not a special attacker. That actually did way more than I expected. I could roost again and fish for another Mud Slap, but I don't have it in me. I'm just running at this HP. So beat this dude. One thing you can borrow to get stronger is a rental Pokemon. Oops, did I say something I shouldn't have? What, are you acting like rental Pokemon or some obscure secret knowledge? What was that about? Another Boldore, okay. Oh, this one's a level 28, so actually leveling East York up once will not fix everything. It's okay. It is what it is. East York might need a turn with the experience share soon, as much as I want to just keep that scope lens on her forever. Oh, here's the trainer. Didn't really see her there until the last second. Hello, low, low. Playing with the echo in the tunnel, I assume. Watchhawk, okay. Is it crazy to switch East York out here? I don't think it is. Want to get that level. And not just have my Pokemon knocked out on the first battle of this trip down here. Okay, dodging a Super Fang is pretty clutch. Let's not tempt fate by going for another jump kick. Return is plenty. East York grows to level 28. Unfortunately, we did see a level 28 Boldore down here. The repel will still not work perfectly, I think. Oh well. Yeah. A girder. You know what? East York has to get training in somehow. Let's see if I can one-shot this with Fly. It should at the very least one-shot if it crits. Might not even need to. Guess I needed the crit. Roosting on this, of course, would make East York weak to the fighting attacks, so... we missed Fly? Are you serious? East York was so good as a Pidove and freshly evolved Tranquil very early in the game. Why am I still fighting this thing? Let's just run. And it's just absolutely falling behind right now. I guess as I've been giving more attention to other Pokemon on the team, but like, that happens sometimes. As an athlete, you have to know your role and make do. Okay, there's a ledge. Don't think I want to drop down there. Don't know how to get back. This isn't that kind of exploring, at least right now. Oh, actually, this probably just leads me back to the Castelia sewers, right? Which, by the way, means, obviously, the paths can be more direct when it's just underground. There aren't forests and waterways and stuff in the way, but... I have basically trekked all the way back to Castelia City. I'm under Castelia City right now. Just a whole trek from Driftvale to Castelia. There's a lot of items under here. Interesting how much more connected the Unova region is getting. As, of course, like we saw in Black 1, it's segmented into all these different parts that fill different roles in keeping the region vibrant and happy, and complement each other ultimately. Their differences coming together to build something special. That being so much of what this game is about. It's coming. It's coming! The ancient spiritual power! I guess that's kind of neat too, but yeah, the region getting more interconnected by these underground areas. I just wandered into a tunnel, had a little walk around, and found myself under Castelia City. Could have popped out of the sewers right there. Pretty cool stuff. Anyway, Baltoy and Yamask. Good Pokemon for someone who's clearly very excited about the ancient spiritual power, whatever that means. I was gonna say don't Will-O-Wisp me. Fortunately, they didn't. We can wrap this up with Hidden Power, which, once again... Well, Hidden Power and Dig are tied for most accurate attack that this Duat has, but Dig also takes 2 turns to execute, so no need for that against a Yamask. I feel an extraordinary power emanating from up ahead. Yes, it is a power that burns as warm and bright as the sun. Warm and bright as the sun. This is going to take me to the Relic Castle and the Volcarona room. I think going down here is how you get Volcarona in this game earlier than in Black 1. Let's see. Called it. The Relic Castle has been swallowed up by the sand. You can't go from the main entrance to these lower levels anymore. The region is so interconnected now, that doesn't mean there's no way down here. I think Volcarona will be in that room right there. Let's go this way first. So it was under Castelia City, now I'm under the desert. Already, just like that. Ultra Ball. I guess I might as well try to catch Volcarona, right? I mean, that's what I'm doing. I'm at least taking a stab at fixed encounters as I go, even though Volcarona absolutely does not fit the theme of this team. Might as well see if it wants to live in the box. It says "Vrah brr brr brr," and I don't know how that is for an answer, but I've definitely used this Volcarona encounter in past playthroughs. Again, doesn't fit this one. Level 35. Do I think it can take a Razor Shell? This is, of course, a way lower level than Larvesta evolves at, so we might not get to find out about that Razor Shell. Fire Spin shouldn't do too much. This is, of course, a way lower level than Larvesta evolves at. Never mind, didn't take it. Oh well. GG, Volcarona. I really thought 5 levels higher and being a Volcarona it would take 1. But I guess it would have been safer to go for Dig or Hidden Power. Well, good experience for my team. That was my attempt to catch that Pokemon. Rate out of 10, please. Tell me in the comments out of 10 how I did it trying to catch that. But yeah, a way earlier Volcarona than you're going to get in any other game. Certainly including Black and White. Am I really going to use a Burn Heal on 5 HP Duat? No, I'm not. If we lose the next battle, so be it. Admire this room for a little bit. This is where I encountered that Claydol in the Black 1 part of the series. And kind of like, I don't know, genuinely was moved by the encounter. I like had a moment about how it felt like mysterious ancient powers were coming out of the earth. But this time we've gone to them in the earth. It looks like there's not much more to see anyway. There might be another trainer like toward the entrance in the direction I didn't go yet, but I mean, we're already heading back the way we came right now. From Castelia to the Desert Resort, back to Driftvale. Without having to cross any bridges or any of that. I'll have to come back to Surf here later. There's probably not much this way, but I haven't gone this way yet. There's a trainer. I just accidentally hit B on using another repel. There we go. First, one big last gulp. Hold your breath. What are we doing down here? What is this guy talking about? Maybe I don't want to know. Okay, Eradicate. Look at those teeth. Just go for that burned Razor Shell. I do get the attack off before dropping to burn damage afterward. But it misses. Okay. I'll go Etobicoke. Jump kick. And then return. I'm not going to run back and heal right now because I think I'm probably almost done with this area anyway. Etobicoke goes to level 31. Nice. I still haven't taken the experience share from York. Maybe it's actually for the best to still have it on Pokemon that are unevolved. Of course, Etobicoke is the only fully evolved member of the team. And I have no idea. Evolution levels are so high this gen, I have no idea what levels Gothita and Trubbish evolve at. Part of me that kind of wants to go without the experience share for now, but I think it doesn't hurt to work on evolutions. But I think what I'm going to do for now, I'll put Toronto in the lead spot, and I think I will give the experience share to East York. So let's do this. Let's take the Quick Claw from Scarborough. Give it back to York. find some other cool item for Scarborough. Rocky Helmet is reasonable. Expert Belt is reasonable. Let's go with the Expert Belt. And I want to get the scope lens back on East York before too long, but for now, it's definitely her turn with the experience share. The only one not yet at level 30, and definitely struggling with the opponents we're getting lately. Let's do that. And honestly, Tranquil to Unpheasant might be the next evolution on this team. I have no idea, but it seems completely plausible to me. And this would be a good time to get it when Tranquil is struggling. Anyway, that's what we can see of the Relic Passage and Relic Castle from this angle so far. And now it's time to actually make progress toward the next gym, however far we are into this episode. Welcome to Unova Revisited, the series where I slow things down and smell the flowers while exploring the Unova games. The second such series on this channel, of course. Check out Kalos Revisited if you haven't yet. And new medal already. Dowsing Specialist, because I found a bunch of hidden items down there. Makes sense. Well, they weren't very hidden. But they weren't visible item balls. I can't go this way yet, right? Correct. Twist Mountain is a post-game area in this game, so of course not. Although, you know, you never know. I guess they could have blocked off the other end instead of this one. And now Route 6. I believe Charon said he was going this way to investigate something. There's nothing I want to catch here, so let's just throw down a repel while I'm faced with all this grass. This is another one of those Pokemon breeders that I'll battle over and over again if I keep coming through here. Also, look at that. There's a hidden grotto right there in the background. But yeah, first battle against this breeder. Who knows how many there will be. This breeder is actually very helpful in the runs where I lose the first battle to Clay and I need to do a bunch of grinding before I challenge him again, or at least I decide that I should. So it is convenient actually to have a Black and White 2 Pokemon breeder right here in this spot, but obviously can be annoying if I'm not trying to grind. But battling her once is fine, that's just like any other trainer. Actually going to switch to East York on this. I did consider just keeping East York in the lead spot because there are probably a decent number of grass types around here, but I don't know, then I didn't do that. I think I forgot that I was thinking about it. There goes the Deerling. That's not a lot of experience at this point anyway. Hidden Grotto. Some mulch. Kind of underwhelming for the second Hidden Grotto in the game. Well, in the playthrough anyway. But what can you do? Pouring rain, fighting Pokemon. I didn't talk to the breeder again, did I? Whoops. Cast form. So that's going to turn into a water type, of course, because it's raining. Fortunately, I just sank a bunch of time, well, a couple hours, into getting coverage for that. No need to overstate it, it was probably about 2 hours. And for some reason she's going for Ember in the rain, so we take those. Even as this hidden power is actually not doing all that much damage. Whoops. Poor Jolly Duat. Powder Snow will do a little more because it's not weakened by the rain, but of course it is still resisted. She could be using Water Gun, which is also resisted, but gets the power boost from the rain, and also presumably gets stabbed because this cast form is a water type. As it takes 4 hidden powers to break this thing down. Maybe it's not so good on this 2-watt. Should still be good on my Gothita though. So hopefully the TM is still worthwhile. Rain, rain. I love rain. If I'm crying, I can hide my tears with my parasol. And you say... Are you serious? Does it actually work like that? I didn't think I would have to battle her already. Oh, it's because I went into the hidden grotto and came back. I was gonna say when I'm still on the same route. I guess it doesn't count as staying on the same route when I go into the hidden grotto and come back, which I guess makes sense. It is a different scene, but I was just trying to get her after battle text, and here we go, already battling her again. Whoops. And I used some Razor Shell PP on this. Maybe I'll go back to Pokemon Center a little more hastily now, and maybe I'll battle her a third time. But maybe not. Pretty sure there's a house somewhere along here where I can heal. And these trainers are not very strong so far. They don't have a lot of Pokemon. We'll see. It's a little more experience for East York, which is very valuable right now, so maybe I shouldn't be griping. Wow, look at that. She even missed a jump kick. Softens the Deerling up a little more, not that that was necessary. GG again, Pokemon Breeder April. We raise our Pokemon by having them battle. That's why I'll be asking for a Pokemon battle every time you come here. And apparently me popping into the trees for a bit and then popping back out is enough to make it constitute another time that I come here. Sure. I guess it makes sense. I just didn't think it would work that way. Well, really, I didn't think about it at all. Nice Autumn Deerling there. Not using our pal right now because there's so little grass that I have to immediately get through. Maybe I will for the bigger patch of grass across the bridge. I need to research the experience points of Pokemon for my homework assignment. Alright, I'll show you some experience points when my Pokemon get them. Yeah, so many Deerling around here. I could have just led East York. And I thought about it, and then I forgot that I thought about it, and I didn't do it. Oh well. I was really hoping that Leech Seed would miss. That's so annoying. These horse fly, 2-turn move. Let's just roost, and then maybe hope that Air Cutter crits and KOs. Might not even need a crit. Oh, and I turned off the fighting resistance. Alright, let's switch to York. Let's split this experience 3 ways. Jump kick this, I dare you. Nice. Quick Claw for good measure. Hit a Sludge Bomb. And who's next? Another Deerling? Shelmet. That's fine. This shouldn't have anything to do significant damage to York, and of course it can be poisoned. I think it just has like bug and grass attacks at this point in the game. Struggle Bug will weaken Sludge Bomb's damage output, but Sludge Bomb still always has that poison chance. And I can switch to Acid Spray to offset the drops if I really want. But I don't think there will be any need. No, another Sludge Bomb KOs from here. Okay. Well, items along here. An elixir. Another wild Deerling. I guess at this point, if I get another trainer with a Deerling, I switch to York instead of East York. It's that bad right now, huh? Or York has just really benefited from that experience share and is putting in a ton of work. Oh yeah, I forgot there are fungus disguised as items around here. Should have known only one of those items was real. Although this game dangles so many real items in front of you, this is a good time actually to be fooled. If you don't know it's coming. There's Charon. Oh, Black 2. Can you come with me for a moment? There's that weather lab where I helped them get all the Deerling back in Black 1. I hope they're training them well. Raising them well. Look at that! All my old Deerling are still right here. I caught those. Not that this game knows that, but you know that because you watched the series. I caught all 4 forms, they were living in the lab, and here they still are. No one really talks about it, but the record shows that there was a sudden drop in temperature near I don't know how to say the name of this town still, Lecunosa town. It's only for a moment, but it went down as low as negative 58 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know how cold that is, I don't know freedom units, it sounds extremely cold. Negative 58 Celsius is extremely cold, and I would imagine this is colder than that. Not only that, but similar temperatures were recorded around Castelia City and Driftvale City, the places where Team Plasma's ship was. Plot thickens. On top of that, the incident with Team Plasma. I think this needs some investigation before things go bad. I hate cold weather, though. Can't relate, but again, negative 58 Fahrenheit, I probably would hate. I'll give you this. It's a hidden machine that contains surf. With this, please go to different places and check what's going on. Let one of your Pokemon learn surf, and you can travel across the water. Okay, so I misremembered. I actually thought surf was a little bit later than this. I thought it would be this episode, but I didn't think it would be now. Sorry to have slowed you down. Some strange things may be happening, so be careful on your journey. I've played through Black more times than I've played through Black 2. I think I was thinking around Twist Mountain, which I think is where you get it in Black. I forgot that it's this early in Black 2. Anyway, my old deerling. Sorry, the deerling that were caught by a different kid named Black, unrelated to this kid named Black 2, who's from a whole other part of the region. Droon. Dree. Droon. You said it. Some Pokemon change their appearance depending on the season. Could that also be considered a type of evolution? The temperature and humidity inside the case next to me are controlled by a machine. You can see Deerling from all 4 seasons in our lab. When it comes to Deerling, we're sort of the experts. We found a rather rare Deerling. Will you raise it for us? What do you say? This Deerling has its hidden ability. What is its hidden ability? I think it's Serene Grace, or at least when it's evolved it is. But that's what makes it a rare Deerling. Another way that hidden abilities are getting a little bit more common to find than in Black and White, where you can't really find them anywhere. It's just a Dream World thing, so people called them Dream World abilities back then. I'm traveling with lots of Pokemon already, but I can deposit the Purloin and come back for this Deerling. Oh my, none of the Pokemon traveling with you have moves or abilities that change the weather. If you find one that does, bring it to me. I'll give you a Pokemon weather forecast. I don't know what that means. My guess is like if I bring her something with Drizzle, she'll give me a damp rock. But maybe not. I have no idea what she's talking about, weather forecast. Moves or abilities. So I could get something with like Rain Dance, or Sandstorm, or Sunny Day, or Hail. Those are the options. It doesn't have to be the abilities, is what I mean. That's what I'm pointing out here. This is the Season Research Lab. Twist Mountain, just beyond So I've been saying Mistralton City. I think it might be Mistralton. So I'm going to keep things a little flexible. Change the way I pronounce it for this part of the series. Just beyond Mistralton has snow, depending on the season. It's another one that I'm not sure about, that name. I don't know my clouds. Okay, so I got Surf earlier than I was anticipating. I will go ahead and teach it to Toronto the Duat. Sure, Toronto is jolly by nature, but Surf is a pretty strong move, and I'm going to need it anyway, and nobody else on my team can learn it. I'm getting rid of Razor Shell, because this Duat just has so much coverage. I only have room for 1 water-type attack. Surf it is, and it's time for a tradition in a Unova playthrough. We interrupt Route 6 to bring you the Surf Tour, in which I fly back to other areas to explore a side of them that I haven't been able to see before. I made a little bit of progress toward Mistralton City. More to come, but for now, let's talk to Mom and heal my Pokemon. Pay a little visit back home, isn't that nice? Guess I could have come and seen the lookout and fall now, but again, I forgot how early I'd get Surf. I thought it would be a little bit later. I guess it doesn't really make much difference to what I'm saying right now. We can finally see what's over here. Okay, the Energy Ball TM. That's pretty good. I think my Gothita can probably learn it, at least. That is a good TM. Worthwhile to come back and explore, huh? Yeah, Scarborough is the only member of the team that can. I would definitely say it's worthwhile. I'll drop... I could drop either Fake Tears or Feint Attack. Feint Attack is coverage, but when am I ever using it? It's a physical attack. Fake Tears could come in handy against some tanky opponent. I'll drop Feint Attack. Now this is an all-special Gothita with Fake Tears to complement those special attacks sometime, maybe. let's see what else we can find by surfing. This being fall, I think there are also leaf piles I can walk on in some of these early routes. Or at least one of these early routes. So it's a good time to make this trip back here. And I know the game calls this season autumn, and I know there are real-life people who call this season autumn. I encounter them sometimes, but I've never in my life called it autumn, so you're gonna have to live with fall. Because that's what the season is called, as far as I know. An item over here. A water stone, not useful in this playthrough, but maybe for someone in some playthrough. Maybe you're training a pan pour, surely someone does. Every Pokemon is someone's favorite, right? I don't know what else in this game can be evolved with that stone. Is Starmie in this game? I think it might be. Okay, Nest Ball. Oh, this is where Alder jumped down from earlier, because that guy loves jumping down from cliffs. Yeah, see? Exactly the spot. And then I guess it's the next route that has the leaf piles. So there's actually lots to explore right now. It's a good time for the game to open up this much. Guess I'm not done with the Relic Passage just yet. Just cut through Floccesy Town. We can say hi to Alder while we're here. Getting that many gym badges is impressive, but you're only partway through your journey. What does being strong really mean? Guy wants me to think. Maybe I'll do some of that. Pledge Grove just through there. We could go say hi to Keldeo in spirit, but it's not here. And yeah, let's walk on some leaves. And fall into some leaves. Whoops. Okay, there's clearly a way to get down there. I actually don't remember very well how this route works. Pretty cool to see all those leaves trailing behind me, though. Look at me kicking them up as I run. I really like that animation. And just the bright red, orange trees, the leaves floating in the air. This is definitely one of the prettiest areas in this game for seeing the seasons in action. Where those leaves go. I don't remember whether there's anything to see at Floccesy Ranch. I can surf over here. Is there anything to get by doing that? It doesn't look like it. It looks like it's all just dead end. I might be able to at least touch grass over on the other side of the river right here. No. Maybe there's something up there if I loop around. I don't think so. I think it's all just trees, but I guess I might as well check. It is that kind of playthrough. Honestly, in a normal playthrough, I would probably not go check. I don't think it's likely I find anything here. I guess it doesn't hurt to see. I will repel, though. It's a little bit wasteful of a repel, but I really don't want wild encounters on my wild goose chase. Oh, there is something. Look at that. Guess the lesson is always check. Oh, there's a hidden grotto at Floccesy Ranch. Okay. No Pokemon, though. Just some stable mulch. Maybe the lesson is not always check. You can draw your own conclusions on that one. That seems like a matter of opinion. Dead end, so I have to go back around. At least there's a shortcut. The farmers are still just standing here in the same position where we left them. I think the woman would have healed me if my team weren't already at full health. There's this guy, remember him? Gatekeeping the rest of the route. Pretty obnoxious. We put him in his place. You can definitely surf down here, and this will open up the rest of the route, I think. Probably a hidden item or something somewhere there. But I'm not too bothered about it. What I want is to go down here. Kick some leaves around again. I think there are trainers who will pop out of leaves too. Kind of like in X and Y. When there's that one route where these guys do this. They did it in this game first. Those footsteps I've heard drawing near, I have been waiting for you. Okay, I just got here. It's not like you were waiting very long. Leaf. His name is actually Leaf, and he's out here hiding in leaves. Kind of on the nose. Don't you think? Look at that battlefield. I don't know if I could call it a background or a backdrop when it's really just a ring around the Pokemon on the ground. But that's pretty. And I wonder what this area looks like outside of Fall. I might have to come back because I'm not sure. I think it can only be fully explored in Fall, and I think knowing that, I might have only come here in Fall in past playthroughs, unless I'm just forgetting. But yeah, once the game rolls around to Winter, I might have to come see this area again. Really great route for playing with the season cycle mechanic. All around. And because of course I just got Surf, these Deerling and this Deerling and this Scolipede will be keeping up with the current level curve of the game. That Deerling actually did some significant damage to York, and York then has no real way to fight the Scolipede, so East York, you're gonna have to do your best, my friend. Maybe you can get an Air Cutter crit before the poison damage adds up too much. Or the Scolipede will outspeed and knock you out with Venoshock. I see. Well, yeah, that was an option too, I guess. How do I beat this? I can try a Psyshock. Click that button for, I think, the first time in this playthrough. Gotta tank the Bug Bite first. Nope. Alright, well, I can Surf it. It's a decent neutral special attack. And otherwise I'll just need the Topico to clutch up again. Imagine the leaves that are disturbed by this Surf. Looks like we can get another one and win. Too bad about East York fainting along the way, not getting a share in the experience, although Toronto getting a bunch of experience definitely doesn't hurt. Yeah, level 32, very good. Just a few levels away from a Samurott. York gets to level 31. Pokemon Ranger Leaf can go back to hiding in the leaves. I've actually been meaning to give you something. This dude's acting like he's been aware of me for ages when I just arrived here. Maybe he was hiding here listening the first time I ever ran through this route when I wasn't close to having Surf yet. That's kind of creepy. And it's a citrus berry, that's pretty good. I was imagining how a Burmy must feel wrapped in a cloak of fallen leaves. Aw. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna fly to Burbank City, because I have a couple Pokemon knocked out. And we'll come back here. I might as well see what I can explore in Burbank City while I'm there. Then come back here, and then I can fly to Castelia when I'm done with this route. Make things just a little bit more efficient. What medal is this going to be? Do I get a medal for surfing? Sweet home? Oh, no, for going home and talking to Mom, I guess. Nice that there's a medal for that. But it shouldn't be needed, am I right? So you can definitely surf in Burbank City to get to some stuff. I guess I have to get down to water level first. Like right here. I think this boat is blocking the way for surfing there. Don't think there's anywhere to go anywhere. Anyway. There's some way to get that item. I just don't remember. I mean, there's some stairs down here that lead. Yeah, right over here. Probably what I need. This is the counterfeit Great Ball guy. Or not counterfeit, it works. The stolen Great Ball guy. I guess I'll close my eyes and look the other way. Close my eyes and look the other way? That's kind of redundant. But I guess that's what I'll do. Wonder what wild encounter I can get in the murky waters of Burbank City. There's surely something, right? That wouldn't give me surfing tiles without an encounter. Anyway, that was just a rare candy. Not that interesting, but okay. Anything else to do over here? So now I can surf over here by that boat. Oh, I missed that staircase. So actually, I can just access this all along. I guess there's probably not much more to see here, if anything. If this were open, it would let me out into the ocean, but not in this game. Okay, back to the route. Route, no idea what number. Route 20. Oh, I'm out of repels. Time to start on the super repels. Or did I use one already? Because I thought I had 51. I thought I had one already and then I bought 50, so maybe I used one and I didn't notice. This is Leaf. Already battled him. This is somebody else. I'll show you the Ranger Spirit that burns with a crimson flame. Guess that's why they wear those uniforms. This is Mallory. As far as I know, that name is not quite as on the nose, but I don't actually know its etymology or anything. Arcanine is a pretty scary Pokemon to run into here, especially with how imposing that sprite is. That's a really good one, like many in this game. But I think I have just the lead to deal with it, fortunately for me. Arcanine also looks awesome on this fallen leaf backdrop. This is a very scenic area in this region. There are so many scenic... Come on. There are so many scenic areas in this region, but once again, they nailed it with this one. Okay, flinch into crit. I guess Arcanine is still not to be taken lightly. Can I quick attack crit it? I can at least avoid getting flinched with a quick attack. Fire Fang. Don't burn. Nice. Okay, quick attack for the win. East York closes this one out. That should be a lot of good experience. Gets her to level 30. I'll keep the experience share on her for now, though, because I definitely think she needs to evolve and get caught up properly. I'll offer you this in recognition of your spirit. It's a Lepa Berry. Okay, that's a little different. My red costume really goes with the leaves over here. It sure does. I feel like there might not be much to see when I come here outside of fall, especially considering that season-specific dialogue. I think it might just be like a big impassable space. But I'll still try to remember to check it out at some point. Now, unfortunately, my poor bitten, flinched crit duot. Thrice bitten, once flinched, once crit. Never shy. Is going to need healing before I proceed further along that route. I'm getting close to a couple more evolutions that should be very helpful. As this middle game is pushing my Pokemon a little bit harder, but that's good training, right? Oh, also there's a waterfall over there. I saw that earlier, but didn't remark on it. But of course I don't have waterfall yet. At least I don't think I do. I think I probably would have used that HM by now if I had it, right? I don't remember where it is in this game. Oops. Another Ranger. Keep going with the momentum. Ready, set, fight. Is your name like Leaf or is your name like Mallory? I'd say Brett is more in the Mallory category. A Stoutland. Once again, big scary dog. And this one not weak to water. And I don't have Revenge anymore because I deleted it for Hidden Power, which honestly is not feeling like an amazing decision so far. But hopefully it'll have its moments. Duat should get a decent special attack boost when it evolves into Samurott, right? I think that's correct. I think it's more of a physical attacker in this stage, but then Samurott, I think its special attack is at least close to physical. I think it's actually higher. but not as a duat. So hopefully the hidden power will pay off somewhere down the line as Toronto narrowly clutches up and beats the Stoutland. I narrowly avoid having something of mine knocked out in every battle on this route, in this area. Found some berries, a Lepa berry, so I got 1 citrus and 2 Lepa here. Kind of interesting, a little different. I wanted to know how Pokemon must feel when they bury themselves underground, so I buried myself too. This guy wants to feel like a lot of different Pokemon, not specifically Burmy. I think this route, looks like we're at the end here, I think this route is where you can do the thing to send Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf out into the world in the post-game. But I guess you have to go up the waterfall to get to that, which makes sense. That also suggests to me waterfall is probably a post-game HM, which also makes sense. But we'll see. Now I'll just fly to Castelia City. I don't remember how the sewers work. There's water in them sometimes, and sometimes there isn't. Let's go see. I think that was explained to me at some point in this playthrough, how the timing of that works. I just have no memory of it at all. But if the sewers look the same as they did last time I saw them, then I'll just move on. Still can't go to the Sky Arrow Bridge, unfortunately. That'll be a fun bit of post-game exploration, though. Going back to where the previous journey began, it is kind of neat that they saved that for the post-game. These sewers look pretty dry to me. Is it a seasonal thing? Is it like they fill up in spring and... Well, what season was it last time I was here? Wait, were they flooded last time I was here? Maybe they were. I think it is a seasonal thing. Actually, yeah, the sewers were wet last time, so actually it is different to go and explore while they're dried out now. So just as well that I'm here. Misremembered, but then when I saw what they look like right now, I thought, wait, that's not how it was last time. I just went up there, right? Broken gate. Up here. Have I not met this scientist before? I'm a researcher studying about the smell here. I know these sewers are full of weird scientists. I've not forgotten that. Appropriate place to first meet Colrus, I think. I thought this was just an alternative path to somewhere I'd already been, but I guess I haven't been here before. But because you can access this on the first trip, it's just a question, I think, of what season you're here. These are not going to be strong opponents right now. It's okay, though. I'm exploring. If I were to express a disappointment, a scent would be on par with gloom. Uh-oh. Even odors that might seem awful to humans might be perfume to a Pokemon. Sure. Doesn't look like there's anything to see in here, not even anything in the garbage. Don't know what that's about. Maybe something happens in there at some point. No clue. This looks like an alternative path for somewhere I've already been, and it is. Sure. Don't really need it. But I'm here right now, and so is this guy. But what if I go this way? Dead end. I guess that box is floating on the water if there is water, and I can cross it then. That makes sense. Or board, whatever that thing is. Yeah, that one as well. So I would be able to cross over there. Is there anything more to see down here? Oh yeah, this opens up a path over here. On the other side of that board or box or whatever it is. Dead end. Wonder why that gate's broken then. I think I've been here already. Maybe not. Should have read what that guy said, but I thought I'd been here already and it would just be someone I'd already battled. Whoops. Maybe I'll find out what he's talking about after the battle. Wow, I'm glad I don't have to worry about Razor Shell PP and accuracy anymore. It's a cool move, but I'm never disappointed to replace it with Surf, not even on this Jolly Duat. Since we built this sewer, all kinds of Pokemon have gathered here. It's like there's no boundary between people and Pokemon, right? Oh, maybe you should go talk to some people in Lumiose City. They're going to take years to figure out how to live with that kind of situation. It is interesting how much Game Freak just played with the same themes again in the Kalos games. And they had this whole generation about the relationship between humans and Pokemon, and now ZA in 2025 is diving deep into, well, not that deep, honestly, into how can humans coexist with Pokemon. Diving some. And they are doing some different things with it, of course, but yeah, there's an early look at an urban environment where Pokemon and humans are living together to an extent, although I guess the wild Pokemon here are siloed off into the sewers in that one little park. It's not nearly the same thing as Lumiose City being sort of in danger of being overrun by them, as more and more Pokemon move to the city for reasons that are eventually explained in the plot. Though it is a different thing in ZA, but of course, these are classic Pokemon themes, so multiple games are going to tackle them in their own ways. Time to battle, once again, my best friend in this whole game. I don't remember what her name is. Let's find out together. Here we go again. Having lots of battles is the best way to train Pokemon quickly. It sure is. You said it, Irene. My friend Irene, whom I've battled so many times because we're such good pals. Well, I can hidden power this. It's a lot better than whatever I used to be doing to knock it out in less than one hit. I wish. More than one hit. My training method is great. You said it. Might want to broaden your horizons. Really learn how to bring out the power of your Pokemon. You know what they say, it's not always black and white. I don't even know what I'm saying at this point. Okay, nothing to see over here. Didn't need to come here. I could go check on how the staff at Joint Avenue are doing, but I'm sure they're doing fine. They have a good boss who set everything up so effectively that they can really just run it themselves. So I don't think there's anything else to explore before Driftvale City. Let's fly right over there. Leaving my Duat behind. That's an awkward animation. Bye forever, Duat. I can go ahead and deposit Purloin now. Create an open spot to get the Deerling with the hidden ability. Before I forget, I just thought maybe I'd run into a cut tree somewhere in all that exploring, but I didn't, and I don't think I'm going to down in the Relic Passage. Also, maybe the Deerling will be able to learn Flash. A lot of grass types do, and Mistralton Cave is coming up pretty soon. Which I guess I can just go ahead and access right away because I already have Surf. Unlike in Black 1. There's a spot to surf and get an item somewhere around here, isn't there? I thought so. Unless it's been blocked off in all the changes to Driftvale City. Looks like it might be the case. There definitely was such a spot in Black and White 1. But the city has changed quite a lot. Alright, Relic Passage, round 2. Round 3, because there was the initial trip through the Castilia sewers where I couldn't see very much of this stuff. Now I can see yet a little bit more than I did earlier in this very episode. I have 2 Pokemon with Dig on my team. I actually don't need to run out of caves like I've been doing. I just completely forgot. I can just use Dig to get out of here when I'm done. Someone's probably annoyed about that already. Out of battle Dig. I don't use Dig on my teams very often, so I tend to forget to think about it. And okay, apparently that's all surfing gets me, unless there's something else down here. But I don't think there is. That was a little underwhelming. But, hey, all the quicker to get back to Route 6 and progressing toward Mistralton City. Little by little, because there's still Mistralton Cave on Route 6. Lots of caves to explore. There's that. Then, of course, there's Chargestone Cave, which is a cave to explore, and also gives me progress toward my goal, and also is a very cool thing to see. So, win-win-win there. But first, back to Route 6. I can get whatever this item is now. Okay, maybe I'll want to move Relearned at some point. I doubt it, but maybe. What's up here? A PP up, okay. And this is where I left off. Let's get that Deerling first. Charon's still here. I thought he had some work to go do. Oh, it's this one, isn't it? Yep. There's the Deerling. I really, really like Sawsbuck. It's like... It's not one of my absolute favorite Gen 5 Pokemon, but it's pretty... It's not far off. It's up there somewhere. It definitely doesn't fit this team. Sure enough, this guy confirms his ability Serene Grace. They say this ability doubles the chance of getting a move's additional effect, so if I were training that Sawsbuck with Headbutt on it, that would be pretty good. Now we got some more scientists to fight, but these are not weird sewer scientists, so they're probably relatively okay. I'm not as worried about what kind of interaction I'll have. That music's a little eerie, though. Testing out one's theory is all a part of science. That's a relatively normal thing for a scientist to say, I think. They're probably all going around saying that all the time, I assume. I don't know if I know any scientists. I'm not close to any, I don't think. I have maybe like some casual acquaintances who are scientists, but I imagine that's what they go around saying through many parts of their lives. You know, whatever that guy said. Goodbye, Deerling. Easter Oak Gross level 31. I don't know when Tranquil turns into Unpheasant. This is Gen 5. It could be like level 59 or something, but we'll see. Just because the previous method worked before doesn't mean it will again. The process of trial and error. Is that what science is all about? It sure is. Please spread the word. Because some people had trouble with that a few years ago. Water Absorb and Dry Skin. Pokemon with those abilities love water-type moves in rainy weather. The gym leader in Aspertia City is very familiar with Pokemon abilities, isn't he? Oh, do you know him? Then you can ask him about abilities through the cross transceiver. Oh, I know. I'm very familiar with that guy. I shall uncover the mechanism behind trainer and Pokemon relationships. That's what everybody's trying to do in this region. So maybe he'll be the one. Shelmet. Seems like a decent target for a rain-boosted Surf. Special, waste of a turn when I'm surely 2-hit KO you, if not 1 hit. Okay, the Shelmet was never going to be able to do anything anyway. I actually think Tranquil to Unpheasant is probably a relatively early evolution for Gen 5. That's why I'm keeping the experience share on for now. I think it's probably in about the same ballpark as Duat to Samurott. So nice to focus on these two Pokemon at the moment, but it is Gen 5. Maybe it's level 67. Can't be sure, can I? Maybe it's level 98. That would be funny. Me, the battlefield is a place for learning. Me too, I'm learning. Scientists and school kids out here. A whole educational ecosystem. Look at that battle. I don't know the right... what term I want to use. Battleground, I guess, is fine. But look at that battlefield, battle... Look at what the Pokemon are on. Really depicts this wetlands area very nicely. I feel like there's a really obvious word for this that I'm blanking on. And people in the comments have helped me out with that kind of thing before, so feel free to again. Don't love that Toronto got poisoned here. Really don't love that. What's your other Pokemon? Carablast? Well, I can wipe that out with a Surf, and then I can see if I have an Antidote or a Pecha Berry. Or a Full Heal, or a Lum Berry. Those are the options, I guess. Wouldn't use a Full Restore right now, even if I have one. Because, what a waste. By losing, you can discover what your true strength is. Heh. Some of these trainers, even though the levels have jumped up a bit, yeah, like I said before, the Pokemon are still pretty weak, so overall it's a pretty good training opportunity for my team, which is good. This is a Fungus, obviously. Ultra Ball, nice. Water fun with Pokemon. Do you want to play with us? In this context, sure, probably harmless, but sounds a little scary when you word it like that. Okay, another cast form. That will immediately turn into a water type because it's raining, so I guess that is water fun with Pokemon. Let's see if this one takes a hidden power as well as that other one did. I bet this hidden power is going to hit things way harder once I have a Samurott. Even with the Jolly Nature. Good news is if they're just using Ember and Powder Snow back, I do have plenty of time for this. But it is underwhelming so far. All the more reason to try to evolve Toronto before I get to Skyless Gym, right? Because her ace is Swanna, and this is the only electric attack I have right now. But yeah, Toronto will just hold up long enough. That hidden power is now a 3-hit KO instead of 4. Look at that, my Pokemon are getting stronger. Do we get to level 33 here? We do. And learn Aqua Jet. That's kind of tempting, but I have a way stronger water attack and Surf, and then I have 3 useful coverage moves, so just no room for Aqua Jet. Would have been nice a good bit earlier than this. Would have been good for some water fun with Pokemon, but you know what? Surf is better for that, so what can I do? I'll go home and get my boyfriend to... No, I'll get my Pokemon to cheer me up. No, whatever works. That's Fungus. 1 item, 2 Fungus. Not a great hit rate there. Yeah, I think we're just gunning for... Samurott and Unpheasant at this point, so I'm good with the Pokemon that I'm focusing on. But now, look at this. Cobra! This might be a surprise if you somehow never played this game. Cobra! It's Cobalion appearing right in front of me, and then running away. And it's Rude. And an old guy. Probably the old guy who was in Mistralton Cave telling Cobalion's story back in Black and White 1. That Pokemon? It's the legendary Pokemon called Cobalion. I told you the story the other day, right? Oh, Cobalion, what a noble presence. They say the 3 Pokemon, Cobalion, Virizion, and Terrakion, fought against people to protect Pokemon from the war those people started. When people fight, there's no peace for Pokemon either. The 3 legends learned that the deeds of humans could lead to dire consequences for their world. But why did it show up in front of people? Is it patrolling the Unova region to protect Pokemon because it fears for their safety after the commotion caused by Team Plasma 2 years ago? Or does it sense a new problem? Ooh. Unforgivable. So the reach of Ghetsis' ambition and malice is growing ever wider and warping the lives of all it touches. Did Cobalion appear in front of you merely by accident, or plead with you to solve a problem? Unlike Lord N, I don't have the ability to understand the minds of Pokemon, therefore I don't know what that Pokemon is thinking. But if you can befriend Cobalion, it will be a great asset to you on your journey. Not just people and Pokemon, it's best for all creatures to accept and trust one another. That's nice. And Root says the same thing again. Why did Cobalion appear in front of me? Maybe we'll get more insight on that later. But of course, Chargestone Cave is great. The Ferroseed I met here are absolutely adorable. Of course, we know Cobalion has warmed some to people already because it was a key part of Black's team and participated in Ghetsis' first defeat. So no wonder you'd think it would still be with the hero from 2 years ago, the hero of truth, Black. But being back out in the wild, no wonder Cobalion is taking a more active role, having learned to handle things a bit differently, huh? And try to protect the whole region from, once again, a looming threat. Here we go again, huh? Maybe I should go to Celestial Tower on Route 7. I have to ring the bell for my Codney. Okay, this is the heal. I knew there was one around here. Good timing, too, because Toronto is at low HP. Mister, here, have this. A shiny stone. Cool. If I were using that Minccino that I got from the Hidden Grotto, this would be very useful right now. Know what? When I gave my Minccino a shiny stone, it evolved and became a different Pokemon. This kid even calls out that it's useful specifically for Minccino. Let's loop around to the entrance of Chargestone Cave. Is there anything more to see here? It's not like there's any Galvantula web this time. Inside will be a shocking experience, but we'll get to that soon. We'll go check out Mistralton Cave. Obviously, there is not a legendary in it, because we just saw the legendary run away from this area. But who knows what is in that cave to see. First, this guy trainer? Looks like it. Nature! I agree. No argument here. This is level 28. Some of their levels are actually going back down a little bit, which is interesting. Is it because Whirlipede is stronger than like a Coughing or a Grimer? The game make things a little bit more serious, but then give me some fodder to train on? I don't know. Boomgus, let's switch out to my Pokemon that can't be poisoned. East York can probably just one-shot this, but I don't want to deal with Effect Spore also. One-shot it with Fly, I mean. I don't want to deal with Effect Spore, so Sludge Bomb it is. Probably not a one-shot, but should still do good damage. That's not great damage, but I can go Acid Spray into the next Sludge Bomb. Actually, with the Ingrain recovery, let's just spam Sludge Bomb until it drops. Okay. That's done. Oh, I didn't check whether I could teach Flash to my Deerling. That's kind of important if I'm going to be exploring Mistralton Cave. We're surrounded by green, we feel more energetic, don't you think? Thank you, Mother Nature, I love you. That guy is full of passion for life, you'll have to see it. I think I have Flash. Yeah, don't remember where I got it, but I was pretty sure I had it. Deerling can learn it, so can Gothita, but no thanks. Feint Attack, Takedown, Jump Kick, Aromatherapy. I'm not training this Deerling anyway, but I guess I'll drop Aromatherapy. We can go to Mistralton Cave. Get the Fling TM. Don't love that for a playthrough, but hey, there it is. No legendary in here, but we'll see what we do find. It is, of course, pitch dark, as always, but I have just the Pokemon to light it up. Soon. But I'm going to take a recording break right now. I've been at this for a while, and also, the sun goes down so early now that we're back on standard time. I've actually been sitting in the dark for the last little bit. So I'm going to fix that, eat something, and then get back to the recording. Okay, I ate some udon, and turn some lights on so I'm no longer sitting in the dark in real life. Now let's stop standing in the dark in this cave and let's properly explore it. How convenient that I just got took one step too many there. That I just got gifted this Deerling, which will now emit light once again So I can do this properly this time. I swear there was an intrusive thought there for a second about just stepping right back out of the cave again. But I overcame it. Is there an item here? No? Eh. Here? No. There's a trainer. Just been hanging out in the dark. I guess that's a staple of the series. Those rock tunnel trainers were all hanging out in the dark all the way back in Gen 1. And I didn't ask questions then. I'm chasing my dream and I'm fighting for a victory. Okay. Of course, I guess rock tunnel is a useful connecting route between cities with no thirsty guards blocking the way. While this is just somewhere off the beaten path that you explore for the sake of exploring it. This hiker's a hardcore adventurer is what I'm saying, I suppose. While a lot of the people in the rock tunnel were just some dude without an HM. Okay. One thing I do not miss in later generations is every Boldor having sturdy. But anyway, might as well drop Air Cutter for Air Slash. It's stronger. But Fly is still where the real value is. Oh, and look at that, it's on pheasant time. I thought it would be later than this. What kind of Gen 5 Pokemon is this? I do prefer the male on pheasant because it has that stuff going on its head, and this is a Pokemon that kind of needs whatever interesting features it can get. But in a way, that makes the female more appropriate for this team. I think we can take the experience share off of East York now and give back the scope lens. Oops, I guess I picked up some other items since I took the scope lens away. Quite a few other items, actually. I want to evolve Toronto. And I guess also York and Scarborough. I have no idea what the evolution levels are for Trubbish and Gothita, but given that Gothita has 2 evolutions ahead of it and Trubbish only 1, I think Scarborough is the better experience share target for right now, and then I can reconsider when eventually I have a Gothorita. And yeah, we definitely keep Toronto in the lead. A Samurott would be nice to have for the next gem. And it's only a few levels away. I heard there was a legendary Pokemon in Mistralton Cave. This, I believe, was not here before in Black 1. I could be mistaken. I think it probably leads to like another part of the Relic Passage or the Clay Tunnel that I can't access yet. Maybe Clay Tunnel because I can't access that at all yet. And that would be why this guy is blocking it. And I believe that is correct. I'd forgotten that Mistralton Cave is also connected by that underground tunnel network, but it is. I remember now. Here to Twist Mountain to Relic Castle to Castelia City. I mean, you get it. I keep saying the same thing. The region gets so much more interconnected. Let's see what else there is to see in this cave. My great loves in life are mountains, food, Pokemon. But food deserves to go in there twice. Alright, list food twice then. I understand. This guy knows what he likes. Does Onyx get sturdy? I think it does. Which in this game means this one probably has it. But let's see. Nope. Never mind. Oh ho ho, you got me, he says. When you pick the simplest looking path, it often turns out to be a dead end. That is how it tends to go in this cave, isn't it? Adding extra confusion on top of how dark it is in here. Anyway. Take that shortcut for later. Although I have Dig on 2 of my Pokemon, so I don't need a shortcut for later. Let's try to remember that. Oh, an ace trainer. Starting to battle those, I guess. If there is a steep cave in the east, I go there and train my Pokemon. And if there is a strong trainer in the west, I go there and challenge that trainer. Okay. Sure. Mr. Region-wide, also known as Ace Trainer Jeff. A lot of people have fossil Pokemon now, you notice that? I'm seeing a lot of NPCs with Tortuga. Maybe some of them were in the Battle Subway, and I'm just forgetting that detail. But I feel like I'm seeing a lot of NPCs with Tortuga, and a decent number of Arcan. Which is interesting considering how rare fossil Pokemon are typically portrayed to be. That dig didn't do much. I think it's a physically bulky mon, right? It looks like one, so let's try Hidden Power. That's even worse. Huh. I don't even really have anyone good to bring in on this. I guess I'll go with Tobacco. And try a Jump Kick. Okay, that'll work. What's the other Pokemon? Is it Arcan? Axew, okay. I mean, this guy's an ace trainer. No reason he couldn't have gotten a fossil somewhere, but I do feel like I'm running into more fossil Pokemon than you would typically expect, and I wonder whether there's something again to be said for Clay opening up the underground parts of the region. Maybe more fossils are being dug up. I think you get fossils at Twist Mountain in this game. I don't remember how exactly, but maybe there's an NPC who gives them to you, so maybe there's something to that. People are finding fossils all over the place as they dig up ancient tunnels. Maybe. Pokemon training Pokemon. If they lived in a rugged wilderness, that can happen naturally. If they live in rugged wilderness. Makes sense he's saying that here, because of course Cobalion is kind of known for, in particular, training one specific mythical Pokemon. Kind of a core part of their story. Which way do I go? Well, not this way. So, definitely this way, then. Nice Hyper Potion. Another Ace Trainer. Okay. I think this is about where they started to pop up in Black 1 as well, like in Chargestone Cave, I think, which in that game you can access before you can access this one. Seems about right. Wait a sec. Let me grip my Pokeball a little bit tighter. Yeah, like that. Now I'm good. Alright, whatever you have to do. There's an Arcan. Am I faster? Nope. Worth a shot? Let's just go Scarborough. Try to get all the experience on one Pokemon here. Just go for a Psyshock. Also just the best neutral attack I still have available into this. Unfortunately, the plan does not work. Outspeed and land a Jump Kick, I hope. I don't think my Tranquil or my Trubbish is beating this. We'll see, I guess. Jump Kick at least knocks it into Defeatist range, so that agility is not so scary now. That would have done a lot of damage if Defeatist were not active, but it does a lot less now. What's our other Pokemon? Another Axew? Yep. This should be fine. Okay. If I see another trainer, I'll try to avoid battling them and go back and heal the team. Maybe I blunder into a battle anyway. But Toronto and Scarborough, the two Pokemon I'm trying to train right now, can't have them unconscious for the next round of trainer battles, right? Go around here. Nice. Okay. Might not be any more trainers to battle in here, so I'm not going to dig my way out just yet. Now we're in the part that's not dark. This is where Cobalion lived. I don't know if that guy's a trainer or not. You know what? I'll take my chances. Rock Slide, pretty good TM. Is it of any use to my team? Nice TM to have hidden away in an optional area like this. It's a really solid one if the player puts in the work to find it. Good little reward. Only my Gothita can learn it, so not of interest right now. But a good little reward for many players. Why can Gothita learn Rock Slide? That seems like an odd fit. Maybe there's something I'm missing there? I've been searching for the legendary Pokemon Cobalion for decades. I wonder if it still hates humans. Or maybe it looks at this world where people and Pokemon coexist and has thoughts about it. Interesting. Maybe they should have brought Cobalion to Lumiose City in ZA. There was some storytelling they could have done with that, but there's enough story in that game already. There was no need, it just might have been interesting. Not gonna call it like a missed opportunity or anything, if that's just not what they were trying to do. Anyway, presumably that's the same old guy who was talking to me outside, and the same one who was in here telling Cobalion's story to player character Black 2 years ago. And that was Mistralton Cave. A little bit less interesting without a legendary at the end, but Rock Slide is a pretty good consolation prize actually. Except that it's useless to the specific team that I'm using right now, but to most teams it's pretty useful. Solid mid-power physical move that a lot of Pokemon can learn, right? All good stuff. And now, we go from a deep dark cave to a deep, somewhat less dark cave. It's time for a shocking experience in Chargestone Cave. Same cave music and everything. I'm just burning through... I actually have one active already, but I'm just burning through these super repels with all this exploring I'm doing. Once again, we get to hang out with Bianca. Hey! In Chargestone Cave, I mean. Of course, she was also here 2 years ago. Did you know this? If you push the floating stones, they move. She doesn't actually have one nearby to demonstrate, unfortunately. As always, this place is charged with lots of electricity the Pokemon like. The electric charges react from one stone to another, so that's why there are floating stones. You can't push all of them, though. Yeah, they have to be positioned just right. Oh, that's right. I came here to research something. Be seeing you. 2 years ago, Bianca was helping Professor Juniper while Juniper did some research in here. Now she's researching here herself. It's nice. We're replaying some of the hits from Black 1, and that's absolutely fine. This cave is definitely one of the more interesting dungeons in the whole series, even just visually, design-wise. So not bad to do a little run through it again. Without Team Plasma causing trouble this time. Unless I'm forgetting something. This cave is full of rocks generating electricity. The electricity is charging me up. Of course, where you find a deep, dark place in this region, you will find weird scientists who say weird things. But that just comes with the territory. We're used to it now, right? I hope this doesn't have sturdy and I can just one-shot it with dig. X attack on a Magneton? This is a weird scientist. Doing weird things as well as saying them. It does have sturdy. Now he's just flexing. X attack and a mirror shot? He's just messing with me, isn't he? So 1 HP, we can just use hidden power to wrap this up. Save the PP on Surf. Not miss a Fury Cutter. Youch! A Lightning Spark. Youch! The sources of my energy are my precious Pokemon. This has been scientifically proven. Aww. He's still a weird scientist, but that took a wholesome turn. Weird scientists can be good trainers who love their Pokemon too. No reason they can't. Max Repel. Move that up in the bag for later. Alright, let me introduce you to the other super cool and cute members of my band, okay? Out here making music with their Pokemon, that's nice. Wait, there's only one Pokemon. Did she only say singular member? Did I misread it? Let's check now. Anyway, what am I going to switch in on an Emolga? That's why I decided to stay in and use Surf. Unfortunately, Duat is not faster than a lot of the opponents at this point in the game, which is kind of awkward. This Electro Ball is going to hurt. But it doesn't quite KO. Saving PP is going to feel silly when Toronto is knocked out soon, but Toronto goes to level 34, not bad. Scarborough to 31, Scarborough can learn Future Sight. Honestly, maybe worth considering, because it's a special psychic type attack and Psyshock does physical damage. It uses the defense stat. But I'm not that into Future Sight. The delayed effect is just not that useful in a playthrough, in my opinion. I don't think I need it. Probably get Psychic or something eventually, right? Obvious hidden item right there. The shard. Are shards made of metal? Maybe it's drawn in by the magnetic stone. I don't know. Are they made of metal? Not really clear on that. Pushing these rocks around never gets old. That's a shortcut if I want to come back through here for some reason, but of course I have to go this way, just like in Black 1. And again, you can see the lower floor underneath through the opening there, which is a nice touch. And I said no Team Plasma, but I had not forgotten about this. Here we go. First time in Black 2. Charleston Cave. I really like it here. Formulas express the forces behind electricity. Its connection to Pokemon. And humans and Pokemon themselves. This is my ideal place. I have to go. I have to go in order to save the Pokemon and protect the very friend that I have to stop. So that's obviously N. I mean, that was not hard to figure out on my first playthrough. N speaks more quickly than any other character in the game. I'm not kidding. Even if you have the fastest text speed, he has an even faster one. He talks about formulas a lot. He talked about that a bunch in Chargestone Cave when you encountered him here in Black 1. This is a place that he found interesting and hung out in for a while back then. And the friend he has to stop, presumably that's about Getsus. We'll see N again later, of course, but not for a while. But nice little tease there, as it is really not hard to figure out who that was. And that means he's back in Unova, which, you know, Charon just told us recently that the legendary dragons are not in Unova. I don't think anyone knows that N's here. Anyone notable, at least. But enough about N. This guy's demanding attention now. He says, "Behold the destructive force created by my 3 prized Pokemon." So he's probably a big shot too, right? Wait, is this gonna be a rotation or triple battle? It's a triple battle? Okay, I didn't remember that. Well, I don't even want to use Surf into my own Pokemon, you know? I'll just use Dig into the Clink. Fly into Unpheasant and return into... Let's just attack what's in front of us. Unpheasant versus Unpheasant. I wonder if my Unpheasant wins that. Don't love the odds, but we'll see. Ah, they take out Toronto. Unfortunate. I hope there's a doctor or a nurse down on the other level like in Black 1. I think there is. I'll go check, because it would be nice to not have to double back. Let's go York here to save my experience share Pokemon for later. Although putting York right in front of a Clink is not ideal. We'll just keep targeting this on Pheasant. In fact, let's just go ahead and try to remove it now. Return into Fly. Into Sludge Bomb. Yeah, the Clink is pretty safe from anything that can really threaten it right now. I'll have to see what I can do about that. After I remove the Sand Slash, actually now I have nothing to threaten the Clink. No, I have Hidden Power Fighting. The Tobacco drops. The Clink looks like a giant threat, especially as it goes for Autotomize here to get rid of any speed disadvantage it had. Hidden Power Fighting from Scarborough is the one thing I have left for it. With that in mind, I will click Payback, I guess. Air Slash into the Sand Slash. And move this Pokemon, Scarborough, I was blanking on the nickname for a second even though it was on my screen, to the center. Quick Claw activates, his Payback does probably like no damage to Quake, yeah. Air Slash crit would be nice. We get it, nice. Sand Slash is gone. Clink will move before Scarborough, I think, which is convenient. Scarborough grows to level 32. Another Autotomize. We can go for the Hidden Power now. Just Air Slash, just get what damage I can. This is the big one. Hidden Power Fighting. First time using it, I think. Didn't do all that much. But it's still nice to have. I actually might have to go very soon, even though I just started recording again a little bit ago. But we'll see. Makes no difference to the final video, of course, because I just put it all together. Gotharita time, nice. So Gothitelle is probably quite a ways off, right? I mean, level 32 just to get Gotharita. Gothitelle could be like level 50 for all I know. Probably more like 45. But I don't know. And I think Garbodor is a reasonable next target. I'm actually going to do the swap that I did earlier. I'll give the experience share to York, and I'll give the Quick Claw to Scarborough. Keep the Expert Belt in the bag for now. That Hidden Power Fighting should hit a bit harder now, shouldn't it? Which is nice. Grab this item. It's a Magnet. I don't have any... one Electric attack on my team, but I'm not going to use the Magnet on that. I'm looking for a Doctor or Nurse that I can battle and use the services of before I have to battle anyone else. There's a Doctor. Is anyone down here a Doctor? I'll battle Pokemon even if I can't find a Pulse. This guy's battling dead Pokemon. That's kind of creepy. Maybe I don't want this guy's help. Okay. Zolosis Gothita, pretty easy to deal with my newly fully evolved Unpheasant. The game playing out pretty well here is just as I was starting to complain about my Pokemon having some trouble with some of the battles. I get a bunch more evolutions. I have no idea how long it'll take to get Garbodor, but that is of course the next target along with Samurott. Anyway, we get the team nice and healthy. I won't ask too many questions about what this guy did to heal them, because I'm kind of scared of the answers. I may have lost the prize, but I'll still make your Pokemon healthy and hardy. Oh, Doing that dialogue interaction healed, or activated the healing again. Hi, I'm the Nugget Man, and I'm the Nugget Boy. Glad you showed up. I want to give you this. It's a nugget. I want to give you this too. It's a big nugget. That's a nugget. How'd it get so golden without deep frying? Trade secret. Nugget about it. I think they had exactly the same jokes in Black 1. I'm pretty sure these two guys have been doing the exact same shtick in this cave for at least 2 years. Which is commitment to the bit. That's for sure. What beautiful stones. Wouldn't it be lovely if I could have such pretty gems on the walls of my room? Find mysterious ores. What is that, for finding like the type boosting gems? I'll live here. From today on, my home will be here among the beautiful stones. Alright, you can hang out with the Nugget guys until you get tired of their bit. We got a ranger down here. I'm a Pokemon ranger here to gather up some electric power. Okay. That seems relatively reasonable compared to some of the people down here. You know there's a doctor who battles dead Pokemon, like, just downstairs? And I still accepted his services after he told me that? At this point, I don't feel like I'm the normal one either. Anyway, look at that Ampharos. That's a cool Pokemon to be running into at about this point in the game. I don't like how well it takes that dig. I think Toronto is about to need the services of that creepy doctor again. Whoops. Let's bring in a Tobico. And go for dig again. Also, Scarborough is actually at a higher level than Tobico right now. Even though Tobico has been kind of carrying me against the last couple gyms, Scarborough just got a lot of time with the experience share. Is at a higher level despite not having battled much at all. Break through confusion, get the KO. Perfect. Now they're at the same level. Also, this guy I think has plenty of electric power from his Pokemon. Take this! It's a Chesto Berry. I really thought it would be a Cherry Berry. That's the one that cures paralysis. Seems like that would have fit, especially with what Pokemon this guy just used, but I don't know if it's unfair or just plain cool when Pokemon use electricity. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. He's just really proud of his electric type, I guess, and fair enough, he has a really good one. Obvious hidden item. Have fun living in that cave, weird lady. Nugget about it. I do enjoy running through... I said it last time as well, I know. I said it in the other game, but I do enjoy running through those 3 floaty rocks that are lined up like that. There's something very satisfying about it. Now, I know there was a ranger over here. I was just checking to be sure there was only one trainer. I could have taken the short way if I'd been sure. There was a whisper on the wind that told me of your coming. Don't know what that's supposed to mean. Have you been waiting weirdly long when even though I just got here? Like that guy on Route... whatever, 20, I think? Well, anyway. Let's try to surf through this Minccino. And I have a better move than Razor Shell to hit this Excadrill now. Was Clay's Excadrill also a level 33? I think it was around there at least. But my team's gotten a bit stronger. I don't think I need item cheese for this one. GG. Did she just say, I will become the wind and blow? Is that what she just said? Oh, I almost forgot. I found some Chesto Berries, so... Alright. Thank you. Wind blows in caves from near an entrance or exit? That makes sense. Although I'm not that near. I'm trusting this creepy doctor way too much, but might as well take the free heal while I'm passing by anyway. And it's Weird Scientist time. I love this place. The electricity charges up my inspiration. Most normal cave scientist in this whole game, actually. That's a relatively fine and normal thing to say. I'll probably just use Surf here. Bug type, so it's not weak to Dig. Looks like being washed away like that would do a lot of damage to a Joltik, and sure enough. Wombat next. Okay. Let's see how this takes a hidden power. So far I've been a little bit underwhelmed by that hidden power TM that I worked so hard to get. I really hope it's better when it's Samurott and Gothitelle throwing off the move. I'm switching to Surf. I guess Stab Surf actually is just stronger than super effective hidden power, isn't it? Because hidden power is 90 base power when it's super effective, and Surf I think is 95 to begin with in this game. I think this is before they slightly weakened a lot of special attacks, and that's before Stab as well. So yeah, Surf is just always better unless I'm facing like another water type, which is the kind of thing that I like Hidden Power Electric for. It gives me coverage into those, but I should probably just be using Surf against this. Then again, if Hidden Power did reasonable damage, it would be nice for conserving Surf PP, wouldn't it? When a person moves, electric signals travel in the body. Also, when a person is an inspiration, electric signals travel to the brain. Cool. I'm learning. I'm learning. Blundered into a stone. That's fine. Revive. Nice. Go see what Bianca wants soon. Actually, I don't think she wants anything. I think she's just doing her research, but we'll see about that soon. First, we go down here, and unfortunately, I know this is really just annoying to me and not you, because you get one continuous viewing experience, but unfortunately, something has come up. Nothing bad. Actually, a good thing, but I do have to go, so another recording break. Probably pick this episode back up tomorrow, but for you, it'll be right now. Okay, let's finish with this cave. Oh, hello. Here I go. Let's do it. Uh-oh, I still have my water type in the lead, don't I? Yep. I don't have a Crocorock or Crocodile to switch in this time. In fact, I don't have an electric resist at all. Let's just go with Topico. I can go for Dig. Technically, the Deerling that I'm still carrying is an electric resist, but of course it's not part of the team. So no reason to switch it in here. Okay, one more. I don't know why... I still don't know why NPCs in this game love Pursuit so much. In this generation, I should say. I mean... I have no idea how the AI makes that decision. Maybe it helps that I've already switched. So it suggests that's a thing I can do. Who knows? But I know my style is electrifying. That's what Beverly here just said. You know what? At first I would practice real quiet so I wouldn't be a bother to the Pokemon living here. But guess what happened? Lately, the Pokemon come and listen to me play. That's awesome. Some good people and Pokemon coexisting right there. Building some connections. Let's go down here first. Okay, blundered into the Dust Cloud, but it wasn't a Pokemon, it was a Thunderstone. That's nice. I don't know why I went down here first. That feels kind of counterintuitive, actually, but I'm committing to it now. And this trainer here is talking about her 3 beloved Pokemon. Is it another triple battle, or maybe a rotation battle? Actually, the rest of what she's saying makes me think rotation battle. My 3 beloved Pokemon will make their debut in a perfect weaving triangle. In a triple battle, they're lined up. In a rotation battle, there's a triangle formation, but let's see. It is rotation. It is cool that they mixed more of those battle styles in compared to Black and White 1, where they're only like a couple points. I think like 3 spots in the whole game where you encounter them. There's Charles. There's that one house in Opelousas City where you can do a couple of them, and there's that one trainer at one of the Marvelous Bridge gates. I think that's it in Black and White 1, other than like the battle subway and stuff. It's kind of neat that they mixed in a few more in Black and White 2. I would like to just go for Surf, but if the Ferroseed comes in, then I don't want to do that. But all these Pokemon are weak to fighting, so I guess I can just rotate to Etobicoke and go for a Jump Kick. Unlike the Battle Subway opponents, that Ferroseed will have Iron Barbs, but it won't also have a Rocky Helmet. That jump kick actually didn't do all that much. Stoutland, I guess, continues to be a fairly strong opponent for this point in the game. I almost just button mashed and used the move in the first slot, which is dig, but I've learned my lesson for now, temporarily. I've learned my lesson from last time. So we can move back over to jump kick. We go for it into this Pharisee. Not going to enjoy the Iron Barb's damage, but am going to enjoy the jump kick damage. Mirror shot knocks out a Tobacco. I don't have another fighting move to throw at them, but they're all neutral to flying, so I can swap to East York and go for Air Slash. I'll bring... I think York has the experience share right now, so I'll bring Scarborough in. The open slot. And yeah, let's just go for Air Slash. That also avoids Iron Barbs, so maybe it would have been nice to do that in the first place. Stoutland rotates back in, does this KO. That doesn't do very much damage at all. Come on, East York. I thought you'd be stronger than this after I evolved you, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, Air Slash into the Crocorock. All of her Pokemon have taken damage now, but still none knocked out. But that Air Slash does a little bit more than half the Crocorock, so that should be a 2-hit KO. Pharaoh Seed is back. I can swap to Fly once the Pharaoh Seed is gone, which it is now, and I'm not bothered about Iron Barbs anymore. York grows to level 33, very nice. Let's go for a Fly here. Actually, I could also rotate to Toronto and go for Surf, but whatever, already locked in the move. Crocorock rotates in. Will it stay to take the hit? Nope, back to Stoutland. That'll definitely drop. And I will just speed this up a little bit by going for Surf next. And that'll be GG. Rotation battles are kind of fun, but I feel like I never explored them much outside of the few that you encounter in the story. And playing through the story, I just look for a strong move that's neutral into all the opponent's Pokemon or something like that. There's not a whole lot more that I feel like I can do against an NPC. They're a fun concept, at least. With rotation battles, do you think that maybe you need some Pokemon that can take attacks, not just deal them out? I think I just look for a strong attack that none of your Pokemon resist, and I spam it. That's my one and only strategy for those things. Alright, back to the creepy doctor. It is a new recording day, but I have not forgotten how scared I am of this guy. And yet, who else is going to help me in this deep, dark cave? Maybe I shouldn't be battling ace trainers, then I wouldn't need that guy's help. Oh well. Go down here now. Hopefully this guy has a rock or ground type. It is the way of greeting high in the mountains and down in the caves. That's right, we each get out our Pokemon and then we begin. I think that's the way of greeting all over this world, but okay. Sure. I guess that includes high up in the mountains and deep down in the caves. It was kind of nice to see these guys using Onix after they just like all spammed Boldore in Black and White 1. Because there weren't a ton of other options for them. It is pretty limiting. I mean, I'm not bothered about it in Gen 1 because that was the first generation. There was nothing else to do, but it is pretty limiting, actually, to limit a regional dex to just one generation, even though Gen 5 has the most Pokemon out of any generation in the entire series. Basculegion being the one freshwater encounter all over the place, all the hikers spamming Boldore. There are definitely some spots where there's not a whole lot of variety, but all the more reason that it was fun to pick up Black and White 2 and get that variety added back in, right? An advantage that Gen 1 didn't have, because there weren't these past generations of Pokemon to bring back into the fold. This guy says farewell to his victory. Don't know what victory that is. Long ago, Pokemon and people lived separately, and now we all live together like this. I don't know if it is a good thing or not, but it will surely lead to many changes. I swear, so much of this game is just foreshadowing Legends ZA. I know that's just because these are standard themes of the series that Game Freak likes to play with a lot. I get that, but some of these lines are really landing differently because I happen to have just recently played through ZA for the first time. But also, hey, here's someone who's asking questions and not just saying, wow, living with Pokemon is great. Whereas in Black and White 1, that was pretty much the line from everyone except Team Plasma, and it made you kind of wonder what conflict there even was. There's still not much to come from a simple line of dialogue like that, but you also could say it's a lingering effect of the events of the Black and White 1 storyline, right? Because Team Plasma went around giving those speeches and putting on a spectacle at their castle, people are thinking a little bit more and asking some questions that they wouldn't have asked before. Of course, they're going to come to pretty much the standard conclusions for the most part, although a guy like Hiker Jeremy back there, you know, if you're someone who thinks about things a lot, sometimes a lot of questions are kind of just left open-ended and you keep going with your life and taking in new information as you go. I guess that's what's happening to a lot of this region in the aftermath of the Battle of the Two Dragons. It's kind of neat. This electric gem. Still another ace trainer up here. I researched on the PC the best way to battle, and now I'm sure to win. What kind of research on the PC was that? Are PCs telling people how to battle now? Am I missing something? Anyway, once again, fossil Pokemon, notably all over the place. Don't know if I'm supposed to read into that. I think Clay is digging up a lot of fossils, but I think that would make sense. There's a little bit fly in the face of fossil Pokemon usually being treated as very rare. Although, no electric resist, you know how it is. Although, I mean, that's been gradually toned down over the course of the series anyway. In Gen 1, lots of things are rare and special and unique that become more normalized as the series goes on. Reviving fossils, the brand new technology is one, but of course the Pokemon timeline has progressed since then. And by the time of Gen 8, you can just find fossil Pokemon in the wild in the Crown Tundra, and that's part of the lore of that area, that it seems to have that unbroken connection to the past somehow. Anyway, Dork Recruit level 34, wants to learn Clear Smog. I don't think I need Clear Smog when I already have Sludge Bomb and Acid Spray. Maybe there will be some point where I really want to remove some stat boosts from an opponent, but I don't think that's going to happen very often. I'll feel bad about that decision at some point, probably, but not very many times. What I found on the PC was just someone else's idea and not an answer that I'd come up with myself. Well, that's valid. You want to be a VGC player, you're going to study other people's ideas a lot, and iterate on them, or just flat out copy them sometimes. But, you know, sometimes you come up with a strategy yourself, and then someone else has already done it better, and there's a lot to learn from them. And often the best you can do is start with someone else's work as inspiration, and build on it and make it your own. So, nothing wrong with that ace trainer there. Hopefully this is the last trip to the Creepy Doctor. I've had enough of this guy. I guess I should be a little bit more grateful at this point. He's done a lot for me. But now let's see what Bianca's up to. Know what? I'm here at Professor Juniper's request. I'm researching a Pokemon called Tynamo. There aren't very many, and they don't seem very strong. I'm having trouble finding them. Tynamo's an interesting Pokemon. It gets like 4 moves by level up, and then it evolves into a way bigger, scarier looking creature, and it becomes more like a normal Pokemon. Dynamo's kind of an odd one. It's a neat little rare encounter in this cave, so no wonder she's researching it. And of course it was Clink that the professor was researching last time, but after 2 years she's moved on to other projects, even as she keeps sending her assistant back to some of the same places. There's always more to find. Hey, my Pokemon are great! Look, look! I'm looking. Another fossil. Surf is just so much stronger than my other attacks. I am getting more and more inclined to spam it in more situations. Vertugo, of course, is a water type. It's also a rock type, so it's neutral to Surf, which means Surf is actually stronger into it than Hidden Power. We can use Hidden Power to close this out, though. And should be able to sweep this Magmar side. By the way, notice her team parallels that PC guy down below, who had Arcan and Electabuzz. This is his counterpart here, I guess. I am called an ace trainer, but that doesn't sit well with me, because I just love Pokemon. I just want to be strong. You know what I haven't really picked up on until just now, until I kind of made fun of that? I am called an ace trainer. It feels like a lot of the dialogue in this game is less stilted than in Black and White 1. I don't know if this is all in my head. But remember in Black 1, I kind of felt like a lot of the NPC dialogue I was reading was like very robotic, kind of an odd way to speak, to my ear at least. I'm not picking up on that in Black 2, and I didn't even think about it until just now. But I can't think of any of that's been going on. Maybe I saw a pattern that wasn't there. Maybe I'm being kind of silly here, I don't know. But the thought has just crossed my mind. I'll keep an eye out, I guess. This hiker wandering the expanses of the world will teach a child like you the harshness of life and the difficulty of Pokemon battles. Okay. I think I could get one of those in Mistralton Cave if I wanted. There's a neat little thing you can find there. I'd forgotten, but it's no Cobalion, but it's something cool. To be honest, I'd forgotten it's in this game. Fortunately, this one doesn't have Sturdy. Well, not that it's in this game, but that it's in this regional dex, you know what I mean? This has Sturdy. Always something, huh? Remember when Nosepass was a gym leader's fully evolved ace? Feels weird now that it ever was. Did he just say that the teacher, referring to himself, was very schooled? That's right, I very schooled him. Sometimes Pokemon are inside dust clouds, cool. Thanks, teacher. Oh. Didn't see that cloud until I was in it. Fortunately, it was an item. Round gem, specifically. Thought there'd be an item there. Seems there isn't. That's just the shortcut back. This is where I would battle N if this were Black 1, but it isn't. And we're out in Mistralton City. Once again, time to explore this area. I don't know how I went through that whole cave and didn't earn any medals. I'll deposit Deerling. I'll get Purloin back out. Who knows, I might run into a cut tree sometime. Don't think Flash is useful in any more places. I think I've been to the only spot for it already. I guess Wellspring Cave in the post-game, but that's a long way off. The Entrelink. Some say it's the source of the special powers in Unova. The Entree and the Power Pass. Pass powers. Even now, they're very mysterious. Quack. I agree, quack. Entrelink, I don't know. I got nothing more to say about that I didn't say last game. Get back here. Do you know the big street called Join Avenue? Oh, do I? There are a lot of unique shops there. It's so cool. Oh, well, let me tell you. Would you like to be invited to Join Avenue? Because I can arrange an invitation if you'd like. Mistralton City used to be a desolate patch of land. This place was built through the cooperation of people and Pokemon. Wait. Yeah. N would say Pokemon and people. Trading sweet hearts you receive through feeling checks is one way to get heart scales. If you show off your Pokemon to a lady in Driftvale City, you can get heart scales too. Yeah, I don't remember the sweet hearts thing. It's vaguely ringing a bell, but I don't know what the deal is with that. What's a feeling check? Don't remember. Once again, we actually have something in the garbage, so I'm gonna have to be checking those all the time now, aren't I? I'm very fussy about Pokemon moves. I'm extra fussy about technical machines. Yes, TMs. How many TMs have you collected so far? You have 21 TMs. Oh, I've never seen some of these before. She hasn't done the Battle Subway and saved up for Hidden Power. That's probably what made the difference there. Wow, I didn't even know such TMs existed. hidden power is blowing her mind. I can tell you've selected each one with so much care. Thank you, I was thrilled to see them. I thought she was going to give me a TM, but after all that, she gives me an HP up. There must be a lot more TMs. If you collect even more of them, I'll give you another fantastic gift. Maybe she'll give me a TM someday. We can only hope. And look who it is. Is this our first time meeting Professor Juniper face to face? I think it might be. Hi there, Black 2. It's nice to finally be able to talk to you in person. Yeah, there we go. After all this time, this deep into the game, the professor finally makes an in-person appearance. And of course, this is where we first met her dad in Black 1. Probably this exact spot. I'm Professor Juniper. You accepted the Pokédex and came all the way out here with your partners. Here, I'll evaluate your progress for you. So, Black 2, you've seen 104 Pokemon up to this point. I see, thank you. This is a token of my gratitude. I did not remember that you get a Master Ball this early. That's crazy. This Master Ball is the most powerful kind of Pokeball. It can catch any Pokemon without fail. Of course, she is who gives it to you in Black 1, so sure. Journeys are about meeting Pokemon. Don't let a chance get away. Still, I'm amazed how much Pokemon distribution changes in 2 years. That means my research will never end. Still, you could say that's what makes it fun. That's the spirit. Professor Juniper! There's Skyla. Professor Juniper, sorry, that was Professor Juniper speaking. Why, if it isn't Skyla? This is Skyla. She's Mistralton City's gym leader. Why are you surprised, Professor? You did ask for a lift in my plane to cross Twist Mountain, since you can't reach Opelucid City by foot. Aha, you're right, but I have a quick favor to ask first. I want a look at Celestial Tower. Do you mind waiting till I'm through? See you, Black 2. Be sure to always get along with all kinds of Pokemon. Yeah, so once again, we meet a Professor Juniper and we meet Skyla at the same time, echoing Black 1 there. This time it's our first in-person meeting with Aurea Juniper. And she goes ahead and gives the Master Ball this early. How about that? Honestly, I can't tell if she's just laid back or if she's not paying attention to anything outside her head. The apple sure doesn't fall far from the tree. What's next? Are you coming to my gym to challenge me, or are you going to follow the professor to Celestial Tower and do some training? As long as I get to battle with a strong trainer, I'm fine either way. Well, viewer, you know what kind of series this is. Of course I'm following the professor to Celestial Tower, but let's finish with most of the city first. All the city except the gym. Save the gym for after. Team Plasma went after certain Pokemon like Purloin. Many people had their Pokemon stolen. That's just unforgivable. For a moment I thought she was talking about Hugh's sister's Purloin, but I think she's just saying they collected a lot of Purloin in general, which tracks with the grunts I've battled. They probably also went after a lot of Patrat, Trubbish, and Sandile, to the exclusion of other species sometimes. Oh, I know. Why did we put greenhouses around the runway, you ask? That's so we can send freshly picked vegetables as fast as possible. I figured it would just be because there's a lot of open space, but okay, that works too. Whoosh, whoosh! The wind blows really hard in Skyla's gym. Yeah, but I can't get fired out of a cannon there anymore, unfortunately. What a shame. Wah! If you have a gym badge from Mistralton, I'll tell you something cool. Alright, I'll try to remember that. Try to remember to talk to that kid again. We'll see what happens. If you don't know a lot about the structure of planes, how can you maintain them? Pokemon battling is the same. The more you know about Pokemon, the more you can win. Sweets. Lovely sweethearts. Check feelings between two people. If you're a great match, you get sweet on sweethearts. Meltingly sweet sweethearts. If you bring a lot of sweethearts, I will trade you for something happy. Sweet, 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 sweet. Welcome to the City of the Skies, Mistralton City. Here's a souvenir for you. A sharp beak. Nice. When Pokemon hold the sharp beak, it increases the power of flying-type moves. Fitting for the City of the Skies and the Winds. Hello, this is Mistralton Cargo Service. Deliver a lot of cargo quickly. That's quite a slogan. We can also carry passengers now, but that's up to the gym leader. Mistralton Cargo Service. Deliver a lot of cargo quickly. Terms and conditions apply. When you use the move Fly, you can return to a Pokemon Center you've already visited. Hurmph! You there, do you have the Ace Pilot medal? We pilots figure that's the coolest medal of them all, so I thought a cool customer like you might have it. Wow, this guy thinks I'm cool. But also, I wonder how you get that medal. That's a mysterious one. Chulululua. Hey, do you have any flying or psychic type Pokemon with you? Oh, Gothorita is with you, says Unpheasant. Would you help me get some luggage that's too high for me to reach? I don't even get to say yes or no, it just happens. Well, why would I not be helpful to this guy, right? I'm not a monster. Here's a little something to thank you for helping me. Netballs, okay. Having Pokemon with you can be a big help sometimes, eh? I hope you didn't just give me someone's lost cargo. But I'm not asking questions. I'm already looking the other way on where I get some of those great balls in Burbank City, so this is fine. We've arranged it so Mistralton's planes are now available for passenger service. It's not like everyone's Pokemon can use Fly. It's funny how much they're talking that up when, as I recall, when we actually get to that interaction next episode, it feels like Skyla is doing a special favor for Professor Juniper, letting her have a seat in the cargo plane. I guess back in Black 1 she said she couldn't even do that, but it still feels like a special helpful thing she's doing. But all these NPCs are like, yes, we do passenger planes now, as if they're more broadly available. I guess not everyone gets a personal flight from Skyla. I don't know. And they did say it's up to the gym leader's discretion, so I guess they're allowing for passenger flights, but still it's very limited when Skyla says yes. Obviously, limited space available, small plane. That's Skyla. She's even surpassed her grandpa, who was a legendary pilot. Interesting. We gonna get any more lore on her grandpa? I don't remember. There's the gym. I don't think I remarked on it last time, but pretty neat exterior design, looking like a hangar. The end of the runway there. Of course, we'll go in later. Planes need a runway to fly, but Pokemon don't need a thing. But planes can carry a lot more cargo than Pokemon can. Well, my Unpheasant can carry me and my bottomless bag, so that's all I need. Fly is an amazing move. Even a teeny-weeny Pokemon can carry a person easily. Well, I guess I need a plane to fly me to somewhere I haven't been before, foreshadowing. But anywhere I have been before, my Unpheasant is up to the task. Skydrop TM. Okay. Run up close to the plane, duck under the wing here. That's kind of fun. Now what? My Pokemon loves berries. That's why I'm wandering all over, looking for berries. I dream about a wonderful city somewhere that is overflowing with berries. Is that any more specific? My Pokemon's favorite berry is the Lepa berry. It restores PP. Isn't it a useful berry? Sweet, 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 sweet. Berry, 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 berry. Sweet berry, sweet berry, sweet berry, sweet berry, sweet berry, sweet berry. Sweet berry, sweet berry, 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 sweet, 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 sweetheart, 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 sweet, 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 berry, 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 sweet berry, sweet berry, sweet berry, sweet berry, sweet berry. I work on a farm in Mistralton City, so I need lots of mulch. So much mulch. You're a Pokemon trainer, right? Do you know about hidden grottos? You can sometimes find mulch deep inside hidden grottos. Lots of mulch. So much mulch. Mulch is great. I have much love for mulch. You have mulch, don't you? How much mulch? Will you show it to me? Okay. I have stable mulch. That sounds pretty good. Is this the maniac we'll buy it at a high price? Sniff, sniff, sniff. This smell is stable mulch, isn't it? I'll pay this much for that mulch. $1,000. How about it? That's a little bit... That feels like unnatural speech, but I think it's justified with this guy. Sniff, sniff, sniff. This mulch has an exquisite smell. So much aroma. So much excitement. I know I have another mulch. I think it's damp. Yeah. Sniff, sniff, sniff. This smell, it's damp mulch, isn't it? I'll pay this much for that mulch. $1,000. How about it? Sniff, sniff, sniff. This mulch is an exquisite smell. So much aroma. So much excitement. I'm so excited right now. Sweethearts, berries, mulch, berry, mulch, berry, berry, mulch, mulch, berry, berry, sweet, mulch, berry, sweet, berry, mulch, berry, sweet, 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 mulch, berry. Berry, mulch, sweet, mulch, berry, sweet, berry, mulch. Vegetables grown efficiently in the greenhouse is the best. Their nutrients all go into forming a very delicious vegetable. Sweet vegetable, berry, mulch, vegetable. Berry, mulch, vegetable, sweet. Sweet berry, mulch, vegetable, berry, sweet, mulch, 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 berry, sweet, berry, bulb, 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 mulch, 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 sweet, 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 berry, mulch. Okay. Enough. Let's go explore Route 7. If you stand still on the raised walkway, you'll fall off. Cool. It's raining here, so spamming surf ought to be good. I have a request for you. Please battle me. Sure. Then I can tell you about mulch. That's my request. Let me tell you about mulch. Sometimes it's stable, sometimes it's damp. Who knows what other kinds might exist. Anyway, this should finally be a good hidden power target. Still a 2-hit KO though. It's fine. One level to Samurott, right? And then maybe I swap someone else to the front. Could get started on getting a Gothitelle. I don't know what level that comes at. It's probably, I would guess somewhere in the mid to late 40s. Probably a ways off. But I can get started on it, maybe. I'll think about it. Anyway, it's raining. Let's just surf this. Stronger than hidden power anyway into a neutral target, but especially in rain. It is kind of nice that in this game they stopped doing the rain continues, or in this generation they stopped doing the rain continues to fall animation at the end of every turn. That got old quickly, and I know a lot of players found it annoying, including me. The move be deleted and replaced with Encore. I'm not interested. It's interesting that this Pokemon gets Encore by level up. I don't know what the reason for that is, but I'm not interested. Samurott? Berry, mulch, sweet. Sweet berry mulch. It's a Samurott. In a moment. Alright, 3 Pokemon fully evolved now. Might as well, like I said, do some work on the 2 that aren't. I do not have room for Slash. Every attack that I have right now has actual coverage value. As I recall, Water and Normal was actually a pretty solid neutral coverage pairing in the early generations, but like, I have Dig to help me deal with electric types, I have Fury Cutter to help me deal with grass types, I have Hidden Power to help me deal with other water types. There's no room for Slash. Yeah, level 36. Everyone else is at 32 or 34. We can swap somebody else to the front. Let's go with the Tobacco for now. Tobacco has been very strong in the last couple gyms. Doesn't hurt to keep that Pokemon strong for this one. Battling with you is a truly meaningful experience. Please be my opponent again sometime. Oh yeah, this was a Pokemon breeder, right? So I will battle him again if I come through here again. I'm burning through these Super Repels already, but might as well use one here. I can always buy more. I bought 50, and I'm down to 30 already. But I've been spending a lot of time in caves this episode. It happens. And apparently I'm not going to be able to go through Twist Mountain, so not using more in that cave. Perhaps a different cave somewhere else in the region. Round and round the rotation goes. It's a rotation battle. Let's go. Can you keep up without having your head spin? Rotation battle begin. The game's actually throwing a fair number of them at us here in this middle stage. I guess it keeps things kind of fresh and interesting in the middle slog of the game. Of course, this region is going to open up a lot after this gym battle, and things are going to be interesting in a lot of different ways. Now, okay, East York is intimidated. Or the Tobacco is intimidated, excuse me. I'm gonna rotate. I'm thinking about just using Surf because they have 2 water resists, but they're both Deerling, and it's raining. But they also have 2 flying weaknesses and no resist, so let's just go with Fly. Will they rotate Stoutland back in? This should still do reasonable damage even if they do. And they do, okay. That's not great damage, actually. That is a 3-hit KO. Maybe the takedown recoil will help. Remember when I said I'd temporarily learned my lesson? Well, immediately I forgot it again. Just mashed into the move in the first slot, which is Air Slash. I don't know why rotation battles do this. There's probably some like programming reason, but it is annoying to me that when you rotate Pokemon, you don't stay on the move that you used the next turn, like normally you do in other situations. Oh well, let's crit this Stoutland. No. I tried to manifest it. Oh my god. Well, at least it knocks itself out there, and actually I can get a Roost against the Deerling. Might Leech Seed me, but Air Slash one-shots is fine. But yeah, East York I hoped would be quite a bit stronger after evolving. I don't know that it's really bearing out so far. That did so much damage. Of course, East York is weak to it while roosting, and then we missed the air slash. I thought about going for another roost, but the jump kick does so much damage I wasn't feeling it. East York gets knocked out anyway. Alright. What can you do, I guess? Let's Psyshock. Hidden power fighting, actually, because it's super effective. Okay, this hidden power TM has been really underwhelming so far. And I worked so hard to get it. What a shame. I guess Signal Beam would also be super effective here and would have 15 more base power. But I chose to save my shards for now. Oh well. Okay, I think said his head is spinning. To have so easily emerged victorious from a sudden rotation battle, you are cool. Too cool, in fact. Yeah, that's me. People are always saying it. Got a fungus. Even the wild fungus are at higher levels than most of my teams, so once again the level curve is jumping up a little bit after it eased off briefly. But good experience to get my Pokemon caught up. I have a Repel active, but that does not ward off a level 33 Zebstrika. When my level 32 Lopunny is in the lead slot. Well, all the more reason to go train at the tower, right? And really, all the way up to Twist Mountain. I can't go in, but I can go to the entrance. And I might as well, because the story is not going to take me there after the gym. And clearly I could use the training. I don't think there are any more trainers in this grass. Take the walkway over, no problem. Do want to check out this house. Whoa, two Cottony chasing each other around. That's cute. Kid, have you caught any Emolga? If you have, would you trade your Emolga for my Gigalith? That's cool. Gigalith is a trade evolution, but you can get one right here. I don't have an Emolga, and I don't want to train a Gigalith. That could be fun on some other playthrough. Watching Pokemon play together makes me really happy. Aw. Woo woo whoosh. This probably kind of sounds like the wind, right? Whoosh. Maybe not quite that much like the wind. Like a creature, but also with an airy quality to it, probably, right? I'm trying to talk to the other one. I can't get into a gap between them because of the way I interrupted them earlier. There we go. Cotton. The other crowd was more interesting. Oh, Hidden Grotto. Almost missed it. Can I get some more mulch? That's an item ball. A great ball. No mulch this time. Too bad. Sweet berry mulch. Not this time. I forgot that hidden grottos can be kind of in the middle like this and not strictly up against the back wall. Like I forgot that, see these trees are in the middle of the route and there's space I can walk behind them? I forgot that a hidden grotto could be in a spot like that. Although I guess why not? In Black 1, there's a trainer facing the off-ramp from the walkway, so as soon as you step down from there, you start battling. It went a little easier on us in Black 2, I guess. But it is time for a triple battle. Actually, I think there might also, have been rotation battles in this area in Black 1. Maybe I'm misremembering. There were more of those than I thought. There still are more in this game than there are in that one. They're also mixing and matching rotation and triple battles instead of keeping them largely, not entirely, largely version exclusive. So, we go 3 against 3 in triple battles. Are you ready? I am. Let's go. Not really that interested in whether I'm ready. She is, and that's what matters. Last flow. Ducklet, Unpheasant, and Ducklet. What a team. Nicely complements the Deerling, Stoutland, Deerling we just faced, huh? Look at that, our 2 unpheasants squaring off in the middle of the battlefield. Let's see if my other Pokemon can take out the ducks in the meantime. Let's go, yeah, return into 1 ducklet, fly into unpheasant, hidden power into the other ducklet. My team happens to be lined up just right for this. Yeah, even these ducklet are taking Etobicoke's stab, so my team is definitely falling behind a little bit again, but that's why we train hard and get caught up. There goes 1 ducklet. Hidden Power Electric finally one-shots something. Air Slash into Etobicoke, takes that pretty well. Air Slash into Samurott. Again, a lot of flying type moves can hit the far target in a triple battle. And I guess, because Toronto doesn't have another target anymore, it's time for Hidden Power into the Unpheasant. Don't want to click Surf, of course, and hit my own teammates. Although I actually could hit click Surf while East York is high up in the air. So if I hadn't been focused on removing the ducklet, that would be a little synergy I could take advantage of there. We land a fly. It crits, it one-shots, no hidden power needed. I have the stronger Unpheasant, once and for all. East York levels up to celebrate. That's GG. What? She says something like, what? I never even considered losing. If you don't have many Pokemon with you, you can't enjoy triple battles, and it's easy to get into trouble. Aw. Gotta enjoy triple battles. Oh yeah, this is the generation where they adjusted experience gains to the level of your Pokemon relative to the level of the opponent. So actually, being a little bit under-leveled is really not bad. Overall, this level curve is proven to be pretty solid, even as there are some ups and downs recently. It's still a good playing experience. My team is primed to catch up quickly. Well, well, well. If it isn't a lost Pokemon, don't know what she's talking about. Cleffa. Not yet a fairy type in this generation, so I can jump kick that. For what I'm sure will be a one-shot. Surely, it's a Cleffa. Okay, good. Not much experience from that, though. And our other Pokemon is Chinchino. Also a normal type. Let's try a jump kick on that. Not bad. Good KO even after the tickle. At least Lopunny is fast. That's been useful in some of these battles. Like, some of my Pokemon would maybe be outsped by a slightly higher level Chinchino, but not this one. Also learn Agility. Nope, already fast. Not interested. Probably wouldn't be interested anyway. Agility has never felt all that useful to me in a playthrough. York grows to level 36. Wants to learn Toxic. Should I drop Toxic Spikes for Toxic? Or even Acid Spray for Toxic? This is tough. You know what? I'm really not using Acid Spray that much. I'd rather spam Sludge Bomb most of the time. I'll drop that for Toxic. Now I can poison the Pokemon right in front of me, or I can poison Pokemon coming up later. Or maybe I'll find some coverage to give to this poison type later. Right now it's just Sludge Bomb Payback. And it's Garbodor time! I was just about to say maybe I should think about taking away the experience share and working on Garbodor later, but no need. Sweet Berry Mulch, it's Garbodor time. What a disgusting looking Pokemon. I've come to realize that actually makes it a good design. But it's kind of unpleasant to look at all the same, but maybe I'll bond with it over the rest of this playthrough. That's the idea. Alright, got my Garbodor. Scarborough is now the only one not fully evolved. I guess I'll give the experience share to her, although again, I think Gothitelle is probably quite a ways off still. Maybe I can move the experience share around as I need different Pokemon ready for different matchups and stuff. We'll cross that bridge as we come to it. Scarborough is also the lowest level member of the team right now, though only by 1 level. Everyone loves playing hide and seek. I have trouble finding them. Oh, okay. That lost Pokemon thing was just a game. Got it. Leaf Stone. I'm rolling in Evolution Stones now. Oh, right. Up here. Get in this kid's path. You playing hide and seek in the tall grass? I found you. Teacher? Oh, you're not teacher, you're a trainer. Preschooler Greg. As I say, my team is falling behind in levels. Actually, Toronto and York are ahead of these Pokemon that I'm encountering right now. It's just that I'm trying to work on the rest of the team as well. So it's just a matter of keeping 5 Pokemon nice and strong as we go through the playthrough. Eventually 6, but it's not time for the 6th member yet. All 5 Bullet Seed hits and a crit. Unlucky for me, but Tobacco clutches up once again and closes this out. There's a weird Pokemon hiding in the rustling grass. Oh, is it Audino? Or like an evolved monkey or something? I think it could be Unpheasant on this route, at least in Black 1. I'm not sure about this game. That's a Fungus? Really? That lone item ball over there outside the tower? I don't think there are any item ball Fungus on this route in Black 1. They're spreading. Got imposters popping up everywhere. Celestial Tower, a place of rest for innocent spirits. I'll go in on the way back. For now, I'll press on to the rest of this route after I battle this preschooler. Let's beat up a small child, then make our way to Twist Mountain, then go into the tower on the way back. That's the plan. Roar! I'm a Pokemon! Darumaka, that's a strong Pokemon for such a small kiddo. I'm gonna switch. Why let a Tobacco get knocked out for no reason? I'm sure Darumaka takes a dig. I can just... I'm sure it doesn't take a Surf in the rain. I could just go with that. I don't think it takes a Surf out of the rain either. Actually, it went for Belly Drum. I could have just used Dig, since it wiped out about half of its HP for me, but I didn't know it would do that. Brave strategy, but hey, that's a young kid just going for the big play. She'll learn. And in the meantime, I bet that Darumaka actually crushes a lot of her classmates in battle. There's a future champion right here, off to a great start. I hide in the tall grass and pretend to be a Pokemon. I'm what you might call a method actress. That is not something I expect to hear from a preschooler. That's funny. I pretended to be stuff when I was a kid too, but I didn't associate it with method acting. You know, I've seen people on social media lately saying that ZA has all these funny bits of dialogue, and it's true, but I get the feeling some of those people don't know that Pokemon games have had lots of funny dialogue on random NPCs for a long time. ZA just brings it to your attention a little more because they have those speech bubbles popping up as you're running around. But it's here in this game, it's here in a lot of the games. In the Unova region, you see there's a Pokemon called Thundurus that causes thunder, and another called Tornadus that causes heavy rain. You'd think you'd associate it more with wind, and really they both cause heavy rain, but whatever, I'm nitpicking. They fly around the region, letting wild winds loose while the rain pounds and the lightning crashes. They ruin the crops I worked so hard to raise. This is, of course, the house where you learn about them in Black and White 1, where you first encounter Tornadus in black, Thundurus in white, and set them off roaming around the region. Obviously, that's come up in this series already. I caught Tornadus in Black 1 and used it on my team. I saw them. Their appearances were totally different, but they must be Landorus, Tornadus, and Thundurus. And here's what is new in Black 2 and White 2, Therian forms. Those were not in Black and White 1. They debuted in this game. I think you could only get them from the Dream Radar thing, whatever that even was. But they existed. Hence the different appearances. They really added a lot to those legendaries that all looked kind of samey as three dudes riding on clouds when they debuted in Black and White 1. The Therian forms added a lot of flavor to them in Black and White 2. Unfortunately, you cannot catch them in the wild in these games, so we will not be seeing... Wouldn't be able to get the Therian forms anyway, but yeah, we will not be seeing those Pokemon at all because they don't appear. Maybe Black 1 already... Or I guess his name was just Black. Maybe Black already caught them. Long ago, I was a sharp-looking young man and my wife was a fine-looking girl. This is a story from way back then. Right around here, a certain Pokemon taught Tornadus and Thundurus a lesson. For about 30 years after that, those two Pokemon kept it calm and quiet. I'll show them to you. This is Tornadus. Incarnate form, of course. And this is Thundurus. Pokemon who quieted the others is known as Landorus. Feast your eyes! And so now I can register them as seen in my Pokedex, even though I cannot encounter them. He's just gonna say the same thing again. I thought maybe he'd have some different dialogue after he showed me those images. Oh, he does. About 30 years after that, those two Pokemon kept it calm and quiet. And then, those two Pokemon were quieted by a Pokemon known as Landorus. I remember hearing that there's a shrine built in honor of Landorus somewhere on Route 14. The Abundant Shrine, of course. We've been there. This is a heal. I was pretty sure this was still here. It was here in Black 1. Walking on the raised walkways is more tiring than you think, right? I think it's the battling. It's more tiring, but whatever. I didn't really think there'd be an item there, but I checked anyway. It got a revive. Nice. Really solid. Find there. Cross transceiver is ringing. Is it Yancey? No, it's Mom. Okay. Hi, it's your mom. Where are you now? ... I figured that would be weird for a Yancey spot. They're a little more out of the way usually. Wow, Route 7, huh? That's amazing. How are you getting along with your Pokemon? You know, the reason you can go to all these great places is because of your Pokemon. So always be grateful for them and take them straight to the Pokemon Center if they get hurt. And that's it from the former Pokemon Center receptionist, your mother. I'm not sure what the point of that call was. Especially since I don't think the game will ever actually force me to come over here. Didn't really say all that much. I don't know, it's something, it's an event that happens on this route, I guess. It breaks up the just wandering around a little bit, like things so often do in this game. But yeah, I don't really know what the point of that was. And right now, if my Pokemon get hurt, I'm taking them to this random silly house, not to a Pokemon Center. But soon enough, we'll be back in Mistralton City. This is a double battle. I like the Pokemon that I have in the lead right now. Let's stick with them. The two of us make an amazing combination. Let's battle. The teamwork of twins, a true example of perfection. Sure. Perfection, you say. Zangoose and Seviper. Hilarious. The two Pokemon that, like, are bitter enemies by nature. Just a fact of their species. You know what? These twins are actually amazing trainers if they're young kids and got these two Pokemon to cooperate. Anyway, let's jump kick, and I'll go for a fly into the Seviper. The Etobicoke should be able to handle the Zangoose with a jump kick or two. Looks like it's two. I could have doubled into Zangoose with Air Slash actually and taken a KO this turn. That would have been a bit better, because now it gets to attack. And get a Crush Claw defense drop. Yeah, I played this wrong. But Poison Fang, not very strong, and doesn't get the poison. The Etobicoke will at least get the experience from the Zangoose. Big Fly could crit. Doesn't crit. Would have KO'd with a crit. But Seviper doesn't take the KO on Etobicoke, goes for a Venoshock into East York instead. Did a fair bit of damage. Seviper has higher special attack than you might think. And I'll just knock it out with a quick attack here. Okay. It is an amazing combination, but they still lost. Even though we look the same, our parents can always tell us apart. If my sister is full of energy, then I'm full of energy too. It's kind of like we have the Pokemon ability called Synchronize. I almost said Synchronoise, which is a move, of course. A battle on a raised walkway. That's kind of cool. Okay, I think you're kind of understating it. Well, you know what? I respect the guy for not exaggerating and clickbaiting me. It's kind of cool. Fair enough. There is one pair of identical twins in my family in real life, and there are enough differences in, like, the mutable parts of their appearances, how they dress and so on, that I don't usually have any trouble telling them apart, but once in a while, it has happened. Like, for example, one of them usually wears glasses and the other usually doesn't, so if they're both not wearing glasses, then I can start to have some trouble. X-Scissor, let's go right ahead and teach that to Toronto. The only member of my team that can learn it, unsurprisingly, but I don't have to mess with Fury Cutter and trying to stack that, dealing with the low base power early on and the chance of missing anymore. X-Scissor, not a high ceiling move. It's only like medium power, but more consistent, at least early on in the battle. Well, always more consistent because it won't miss. It's a solid, consistent move. Not much else to say about it. I love raised walkways. Balancing is fun, so I often come here to play. Did I remember to talk to the other guy after I battled him? I'm not sure. They both had Baltoy, huh? Makes sense. It's a Pokemon that balances on 1 point. I mean, you'd think it could kind of cheat with its psychic powers, but it is kind of fitting for an Acrobat on a raised walkway. Fortunately, it's not very strong and misses the KO on a Topico there. Goodbye, Baltoy. You tried your best. If you walk on a raised walkway, you can move without encountering wild Pokemon. And this guy says, then still on a raised walkway and you lose your balance and fall. These two complementing each other nicely with their Pokemon choice and their information giving function. We've reached Twist Mountain. Marshall from the Elite Four is here, making an early appearance in this game. I'm Marshall, one of the Elite Four. You look like you're a Pokemon trainer with potential, but I can't let you into Twist Mountain. The inside collapsed and you can't get through. Dang it, Clay. I bet it's Clay's fault. Well, maybe another time, huh? Clay broke Twist Mountain so badly, he's got the Elite Four out here, helping him keep people safe. All that mining has consequences, I guess. Well, we'll take the heal on my 3 HP Lopunny, and then it's Celestial Tower time, and of course after that, gym time. Nice winding path to the gym, but we will get there soon. Just a little bit more winding in this very windy tower to get through first. At the very top of the tower, there's a big bell. I've heard that when you ring it, it pleases the spirits. Hi there, how are things with Skyla? Oh, you still haven't earned the gym badge yet? Well, if that's the case, I'll keep up the field work until the plane is ready to fly. Oh yeah, why don't you try using this? You know, the moment I entered the tower, I remembered that she gives me the lucky egg here, so I could have gotten that and then gone to Twist Mountain, but I forgot until right now. Giving that lucky egg to a Pokemon to hold increases the amount of experience points received in battle a little bit. Having strong Pokemon will make it easier to fill your Pokedex pages. Of course, I think this is also about where you get the lucky egg in Black 1. Do I want to mess with the lucky egg? I think I do, because my Pokemon are falling behind in experience sometimes. Right now I have the Amulet coin on a Topico. I don't need money that badly if I get lots of experience. Hopefully with Klutz, a Topico can use the Amulet, or the lucky egg. I think probably so. I think Klutz is probably, because the Amulet coin was working, I think Klutz is probably only for items that have an in-battle effect. Like you can't benefit from a Choice Band, or Life Orb, or Focus Sash, or Leftovers. But I think something where the effect is sort of external to the battle, like an Amulet coin or a lucky egg, will probably work. But we'll see. This is Celestial Tower, where Pokemon are laid to rest. And up the windy tower we go. The story doesn't demand it, but it's still a neat area to check out. And obviously Litwick or LGM will not be the last member of this team. So, repel time. Indescribable energy is flowing to me. Look at that, level 36 Musharna. Good experience with the lucky egg if I can get it. That could make it easy for me though, huh? Please don't have Dream Eater. Okay. Crit. Great. You know what? I want that lucky egg experience if I can get it, so I'm going to switch. And start using that X scissor. Hopefully the defense boost is not a problem for me. Just missed the KO after those defense curls. Get hypnotized again. Let's try not to get crit this time. And just get through this. This is fine. I don't think these defense boosts matter when its HP is so low. Better this than being attacked. There we go. Am I gonna go back and heal Etobicoke already? I think I'm just gonna see if I have an awakening and Etobicoke can get through the next battle. I am not interested in teaching heal block to Scarborough. Can't really see any significant use for that. The energy is escaping. Oh no. I took the mystical power out of her. The thoughts and wishes of the Pokemon that rest here also provide energy. That's also interesting to think about in the context of Kalos games, where life energy of Pokemon is an actual powerful energy source at the center of the stories. This is, of course, a more... I don't have an awakening. I'll go heal. This is, of course, a more mystical psychic energy. But Pokemon leave behind some sort of residual power even after they move on. It's a nice thought. It really is. Don't love having to leave the tower to heal. There should be a nurse partway up, right? But this'll do for now. Really bad use of a repel, but I can always buy more. And I do get this little shortcut right now thanks to the repel. Let's see what kind of special Pokemon is in this shaking grass, though. Emolga. I could catch that and go trade it for a Gigalith if I wanted. Not bad. Thanks to my little Litwick's light, my victory is coming into view. We'll see. I'm just gonna switch. I don't want to get burned by Flame Body when I use Dig into this, so let's just use Surf instead. Get burned by Will-O-Wisp. Honestly, I don't know if I'll even bother to heal that off right now. It doesn't affect Surf damage. So I guess it's fine, right? Alberta? Her name's Alberta, like the province? She's using that Litwick to burn fossil fuels? Okay, that was a terrible joke. Losing a battle is so draining. I feel really burned out somehow. Oof. Will-O-Wisp TM right there. Can Gothorita learn it? I think I would take that over Fake Tears. Gothorita cannot learn Will-O-Wisp. Seemed reasonable that it might. When Pokemon trainers meet, what we do, of course... is, of course, engage in a Pokemon battle, don't we? They say. Clefairy. Normal type, of course. Jump kick. Almost one-shots. Clefairy does have marginally better stats than Cleffa, I guess. It rolls a fighting type kicking attack from Metronome back at me. But it's a Clefairy, so we take that no problem. Dude here has a Hyper Potion up his sleeve. Didn't see that coming. Strength is a 2-hit KO, so let's just use another of those. Good thing I didn't get cute charmed when I went for what I thought was the finishing move there. That would have been annoying. Oh no, I'm pathetic. Dude, relax. You'll be okay. Perhaps I meet people here because of guidance from my Pokemon. Perhaps so. Okay, nice that the game doesn't start the battle until I get to the point where I have a path to follow. That's good. That's convenient. Oh, you want to have a battle with me? Alright, I have a strong Pokemon. A strong Pokemon. Somehow I'm not worried. Georgia, like the state. What's their economy built on? Are you gonna use that Cubchoo to do whatever that is? Does Georgia, the state, have one thing that is its economy? Probably not, right? It's okay, this was never a good bit. By the way, her strong Pokemon is a Cubchoo that has so far used Endure and then gotten a heal. I think the next strength takes it out, much like that last battle. Honestly, the Clefairy was more threatening. That's right, the Pokemon is no longer with me. Oh, her strong Pokemon died and she's visiting the grave. Well, now I feel bad. That's not true. As long as I remember, it will be with me forever. There. That's the spirit. Okay, maybe I shouldn't make too many jokes in this tower, huh? Oh, and that down there is the spot where the nurse is in Black 1, and I don't see her, so... Uh-oh. That could be trouble. Let's show the resting spirits the dazzling splendor of life. Alright, now we're talking. An Espeon. That is a cool Pokemon. Be encountering it about this point in the game, in this specific area. A Psychic type. A lot of Psychic types are very in tune with the feelings of their trainers, but of course Espeon evolving by high friendship definitely stands out as one of those. And it would be able to tap into the mystical power of this place. And it's just my favorite evolution. Really great Pokemon. Love running into one here. The second Pokemon I ever trained to level 100, all the way back in my first game, Silver version, behind only Alakazam. Love Espeon. And it's a great pick for an NPC in this area. When I came to Celestial Tower, strangely I felt the urge to fight. When I come to, my bad. Strangely, I feel the urge to fight. Does it broadcast some sort of signal that makes me want to fight? I would say that's... Oh, the nurse is right there, okay. I would say that's silly, but every psychic who comes here talks about the strange energy of this place, so... If you're a psychic, maybe you pick up on something. I'm here to understand the end of the world. Okay, but I don't quite get it. If I have a battle, will it be enlightened? I don't know about that one. Okay, Elgium. The end of what world, I wonder? This Pokemon choice raises the possibility that it's not this one. Hidden Power Fighting. What were the chances? I mean, it's probably not random for this guy, right? But... Etobicoke clutches up once again, taking the Hidden Power. Grows to level 35. We can swap him out of the lead spot now. First, let's see if he can beat this Duogen. Nah, not quite. Good effort. But we soften it up for East York to finish the job. Scarborough goes to level 35. Okay. I'll just battle the nurse right now because I get a heal after. Oh. End of the world. What was that you're saying? People, Pokemon, even if the world is gone, that is not the end. Okay, that doesn't really give me any insight. Maybe I'm not enlightened enough. You need a nurse's help? Sure, if you can win against me, I'll make your Pokemon healthy. And this nurse did not talk about beating up dead Pokemon, so we're really moving up in terms of the healthcare options available to us. I love it. Should also be able to beat this Leavanny pretty easily. Leavanny sometimes spam Protect in this game, so I'm not bothering with Fly. I'm just going to go straight for an Air Slash. I would be annoyed if East York flew up high and Leavanny protected, and Air Slash one-shots anyway, that double weakness. Okay, then time to give your Pokemon some energy. Energy got. Making Pokemon feel better, that's what I'm here for. See, that's so wholesome compared to that weird doctor in Chargestone Cave. It's also a good thing that guy's not here. He might go crazy on... Okay. I feel bad about that joke. You know what I'm thinking. Oh my, what a young trainer. If it's alright, why don't we battle? Yes, let's move on from what I was just thinking about. Let's meet some more people and learn about their lives, shall we? I am just keeping a Topico at the front for now. Hoping I get poison pointed by this Roselia, but there's a nurse right downstairs if I do. Nice crit. Nice, no poison point. Is it a good thing to forget your Pokemon after they're gone? Or is it better when you cannot forget? I think that's a question you have to answer for yourself. I still want to fight. The Wandering Spirits are still commanding me. Do you want to fight, or are the Wandering Spirits saying you have to? I'm getting mixed messages. The Wandering Spirits seem to really enjoy seeing people fight. Probably in a wholesome Pokemon battles or how we build connections kind of way. And there's an energy to them. But regardless, that does seem to be the case. Go Toronto. Surf this. Not be afraid of Will-O-Wisp. It's actually Curse. Well, in that case, let's just switch out again. No. Yeah. Curse damage adds up pretty quickly, doesn't it? Okay. If he uses Will-O-Wisp now, I'll be annoyed, but there's a nurse right downstairs. Bird Split is fine, I think. Dig is the only move I have to hit this. This will also give me Mummy, so if a Topico were holding an item, he could actually use it now. That Dig did like nothing. I'm not even sure the next one KOs. Well, let's find out. Dig is just not holding up that well as a strong neutral, strong non-stab neutral coverage move, huh? Feels like it's been a bad game for strong neutral coverage moves lately. As I guess a lot of the Pokemon we're running into are just somewhat bulky. Hidden Power isn't holding up after all that work I put in to get the TM. Dig isn't holding up all that well. I think Lopunny's overall power level is just also not holding up all that well this far into the game. But this is a fixed team. Just gonna have to make it work. Lopunny was the ringer on this team for a little while, but seems like not anymore. I think that's Samurott now. Although Garbodor and Gothorita have still not done a lot of battling. Anyway, breaking through confusion every time is pretty clutch. So Topico still doing well in the clutch department, takes out the Gothorita. Psychic Sarah is defeated. The spirit left her. So many voices fill this tower, eternally silenced. If only someone would just listen. Wasn't that what all you psychics are here for? I would if I could. Shadow Claw, pretty good TM. This feels a little late to be getting access to Shadow Claw, but it's still decent. Can anybody learn it? No. I thought maybe Lopunny, but I guess Shadow Claw doesn't fit Lopunny very well. That wasn't a great chance. Let us have our Pokemon battle with gentlemanly reserve. Sure, bro, whatever you say. Umbreon. So we saw the Espeon earlier, now here's an Umbreon. Many people's favorite evolution, I think. Taking nothing away from it because I do like it, I genuinely don't know why. I think I would put it in the bottom half of evolutions. But I like all of them, so that's not saying much. But Espeon is my favorite. But I'm certainly glad that Umbreon is popular. It's a good mon. I'm not objecting. I just don't quite feel exactly the same way, even as I do like it quite a bit. I don't know how you don't rate Espeon over Umbreon at the very least. Dizzy Punch. Max Friendship Return is definitely stronger than that. How strong is Dizzy Punch? 70? Nah. Even Strength is stronger than that. And I need it to progress through certain points of the game, unlike Dizzy Punch. Scarborough also grows to level 36. Gentleman Daniel is defeated. I have enjoyed every day I spend with my Pokemon. If only my Pokemon feel the same way, then I can die happy. Aw. So many wholesome trainers in here, which makes sense, I guess. And we're up top, watching the clouds roll by again. The tower looks so much bigger from this perspective than it does from ground level, but of course you can't see the top at ground level, so it does get across that it's way up high. And sure enough, there's that view of the clouds again. Let's ring the bell. Will it sound for us like it did for Black? Seems about right. Black 2 here must also be pure of heart, or whatever it was. Like I had a spiel that I don't quite remember about the bell back in Black 1, where I pointed out that I watched a video essay that I don't remember who by, unfortunately, where they criticized this moment because, in theory, the conflict between the player character and N is supposed to be an interesting, morally gray one. But the game, in so many ways, tells you that you're definitely on the right side of it, and they interpreted this bell as one of them. And on the one hand, I can understand that. In fact, I just completely took it at face value at the time that I was watching the video essay. But on the other hand, thinking it through when I got here in Black for the series, it occurs to me that I'm pretty sure the bell would also have a strong sound for N. I think N also has the characteristics that the bell signals spiritual approval of. Of course, we don't see that in the game, so no wonder it might not occur to someone. I can actually just fly to Mistralton now, can't I? Instead of going back down through the tower. But yeah, I'm not sure. The bell maybe signals, you're a good guy, but I'm not sure it signals, you're right about everything. Like the criticism I have seen somewhere. Wish I remembered where. But I do get how that moment can land that way. I don't think it's an invalid interpretation. I just think there's one that fits the story a little better. Up to you to determine how well you think Game Freak supported each interpretation. I'm going to lead Toronto for the gym because I have that Hidden Power Electric to click into Skyless Swanna. I'll give the Amulet Coin back to Etobicoke. Do I want to give the Lucky Egg to Toronto and get rid of the Mystic Water? I think that's reasonable. I think just having the Lucky Egg on my lead Pokemon is pretty good. Generally, that's usually what I do in a Unova playthrough. I used it weirdly little by my standards in Black 1 in this series. But let's force it a little bit more in this one. We can bring the Mystic Water back later, as I'm sure Toronto will be at a pretty high level relative to a lot of the rest of the team by the time we're done with this gym. But there we go. Unfortunately, I can't bring this Rain inside and get the damage boost from it there. But it is time to step into the hangar and see what Skyla's got for us. Sweet berry mulch, that is one strong wind, and the gym guide just went flying. What an absurdly dangerous gym, as always. Too bad I can't be fired out of a cannon this time. Ow! Oh, I'm sorry. Allow me to apologize by giving you this fresh water. Take it, please. This gym is a wind tunnel. When the propellers and back start spinning quickly, you'll be blown away like a certain someone just was. When you think the wind will blow, stay hidden behind a wall and wait for it to stop. By the way, flying-type Pokemon have more weaknesses than you might expect, including rock to rock, electric, and ice-type moves. That is all of them, yep. Of course, these are the safe spots. We just go here, wait for the wind to pick up, and then wait for it to die down again. Like so. Chilly wind, huh? It would be. The poor player character shivering. I think he really would rather be fired out of a cannon. Unfortunately, Skyla has moved on from that. Strong winds, right? It represents the strength of us and our gym leader. This is a Pokemon gym. Let's have us a Pokemon battle. Yes, I too like to battle with Pokemon in a Pokemon gym. While also getting blasted around by cannons or giant fans. Whatever the gym leader feels like this year. Alright. Hopefully Surf is not too nerfed by not holding the Mystic Water anymore. I mean, Mystic Water's not a huge difference, right? We can X-Scissor to finish this off. It's not like it's a useful move against most of the opponents in here. But it's neutral to Swoobat. And yeah, look at that Lucky Egg boosted experience. Very good. I'll give you some advice. If the floor is colored differently and you're surrounded by walls, you probably won't get blown away by the wind. Yeah, at least Skyla marked the safe spots. Didn't quite make it to one this time, but fortunately this guy stops me from getting blown further. I guess the wall would as well. Kind of unfortunate for that guy that probably a lot of challengers get slammed into him as they try to go through here. Yeah, it's a pretty simple puzzle, at least. Just have to be a little bit patient with it. And really only a little bit. I mean, these safe spots are pretty well spaced out, that the timing lines up nicely with the wind. My Pokemon is stronger than the wind. It's my pride and joy. So this guy's fine, I guess, standing out here exposed to it. A Sigilif, that's a pretty strong Pokemon. He's got a point. Reflect. Wrong screen, my friend. Synchro Noise. Wrong type of opponent, my friend. Goodbye. Strong Pokemon, though. It took a Surf pretty well. Maybe stronger than the wind, but my Pokemon isn't as strong as yours. That's right. Maybe Toronto can just carry me through this gym. Like, literally carry me through the wind tunnel, so I don't have to mess around with the safe spots. If only. I became a pilot so I could soar through the skies alongside my flying Pokemon. Fun. Ugh. Okay, just barely made it to that one. Would have been a real setback if I hadn't. Not that this is too difficult on another attempt. Right side clear, left side clear. Battle Flight is ready for takeout. Take off. I was about to say. I think this guy spends more time battling and less time flying at this point. Even though he's a pilot with a fossil Pokemon. Ready for takeout. That does sound nice right now. Male and Pheasant. There's a little bit more going for it design-wise than the female. But still an Unpheasant. Anyway. They're kind of nice in new Pokemon Snap. I like going to that area in the forest and seeing them wandering around. That alone honestly boosts my opinion of Unpheasant a little bit. Hopefully this fairy series will do more. Yeah, I'll just wait for this to pass before I try to go. Exactly. Sometimes you need to be bold, while other times you need to be careful. You'll have to react accordingly if you don't want to be blocked by the traps in this gym. What traps are those? Just the winding path? And the trainers? Another Unpheasant. You'll just take a couple of Surfs, or maybe even a Surf and Hidden Power. Maybe it'll waste my PP with Detect for no good reason. go for another surf. I'm gonna go heal, get the PP back, it's fine. Not right now, but like I can do it in a little bit if need be. I can do it right now, but I don't need or want to. Encore again. Why does Samurott get Encore by level up? Somebody tell me if you have insight on that. It seems like an odd one. Oh, is it because, like, a seal clapping? That's probably it. Well, Oshawott and Duat are based on otters. Samurott gets more sea lion features when it's fully evolved. A sea lion is not exactly the same thing as a seal, but they look very similar. I don't know if sea lions are known for clapping. But that's my best guess is what they're going for, giving it Encore. Got fooled. You know what? That was one of the traps, actually. The multiple paths where you can't see how they end. I got fooled there. Obviously, we battle this guy. This gets slammed into a wall first. Fortunately for this gym trainer, I wasn't slammed into him this time. If you can beat me, you'll be able to face the gym leader. You're too careless if you think that. Don't let your guard down yet. Don't know what that's supposed to mean. Pretty simple path to the gym leader from here, is it not? And I don't think I'm going to have trouble beating this guy. I actually kind of regret wasting the Surf PP, because if this is the last gym trainer, I don't want to go back and heal and do this puzzle again. I just want to battle Skyla. I still have 6 Surfs left, though, so that's probably enough for her. I mean, I use Hidden Power against the Swanna, right? Well, and I'm about to have 5 Surfs. Let's see. Yeah, I do think using the Lucky Egg more consistently this time is the call. Especially as some of the... Okay, I'll go heal before the battle, it's fine. Especially as some of the Pokemon on this team are going to be a little bit weak compared to other options in the later stages of this game. But I'm committed to the team that I have, and yeah, I beat that guy, and it's just a straight path, and then it's time to challenge the gym leader, except I will go heal first. This is one of the all-time great exits from a gym. Of course, Skyla has to make it a little extra dangerous by having you smash through some boxes on the way out. As much as I miss being fired out of a cannon, that is one of the all-time exits. Just letting the wind blast you all the way through and out the door. Probably the second most... to me at least, probably the third most memorable thing in any gym in this game, behind the end of the catwalk in Nimbasa and the music in Castilia. But I can see someone else ranking it above the Castilia music. And I do mean Castilia, not Burbank, although that one's great as well. That one surely makes the top 5 for most memorable gym features in this game. Probably number 4, and then I don't know. Umalaw Gym is just pleasant. Nah, it's probably the dragon statues in Opalucid for number 5. I don't know, I'm just talking now, aren't I? I don't think I actually have to be this careful when I know the path and I'm just running through to get straight to the gym leader. But whatever, why not? Timing still works out pretty nicely, for the most part. I think I could skip some of these. Maybe I'll try at some point, we'll see. Not that one though, or the one before. Probably not this one. Might have had just enough time to get around the corner and not actually be moved by the wind, but it doesn't matter. Oh yeah, I could definitely skip this one, I think. Oh well. Go up here now. We don't quite make it there, but we get blasted into the wall here, so it's fine. And of course, this time I know which way to go. This is actually a neat trick, though. 3 paths, pretty good gym trap. And it's time to battle Skyla. Let's go. Hee hee! I've been waiting for you. You're a tough trainer who can face the wind and not get blown off your feet. I'm kinda excited about this battle. Again, nobody wants to exaggerate around here. She's kinda excited. Why don't you and I have some fun? And Skyla's personality is so funny, considering how coming after how ridiculous her gym puzzles are. Like, she's just peppy and carefree. Safety standards, what are those? Wind tunnels and cannons are fun. And no argument here, they are. Level 37, wow. Lucky egg training might be about to pay off. Think about how you attack, feel like I'm walking on air. Jesus, something like that. I don't think I got it exactly right. Game battle text goes by quickly in this game. Very rude flinch. Not happy with that. But good by Swoobat, and then oh, it's straight to Swanna next. Maybe I should heal. What do I have for potions? I know I picked up some good ones. Oh, I have this Moo Moo milk. I still have most of the dozen Moo Moo milk I bought. I had 10, now down to 9. Might as well play it safe. Thought maybe like a Brave Bird or Hurricane would be coming out. Instead it's an Air Slash. That still did 40 damage. I don't remember whether they had 40 HP or not. I think that would have been close to KOing at least. Another flinch. And that KOs. Thanks, Skyla. Very cool. You know what? Maybe she's actually a bad gym leader. Never mind. Alright, let's see what York can do. Let's go for a Toxic. I don't have to worry so much about flinches if poison damage is adding up every turn. Have to break through the flinches to land the Toxic first, though. And this is Gen 5. I don't think poison types have perfect accuracy with Toxic yet. However, it does connect. I can always revive Toronto if I want and still go for that hidden power, but I'd rather not if I don't have to. Will this Bubble Beam take out York? Of course, she saw the KO, that's why she went for that. Let's cheese this a little bit and sack Purloin to get some more poison damage on the Swanna. Oh, you know what? I actually think I'm going to have to revive Toronto if I have a revive, because I already don't have anything for her last Pokemon. That's not true. I have a couple of things, but they're bad. We'll see what happens. East York is definitely my least useful Pokemon against her last one, and I can add up some more Toxic damage by going for Fly here, as long as I don't get flinched. As unfortunately, East York does underspeed the Swanna. East York clutches up, though. Don't say that one too often at this point in the game. Avoids the flinch. Swanna has a Citrus Berry. I think Fly into Toxic damage would have KO'd otherwise, but maybe it still will. Oh yeah, that Fly does a lot. But here comes the problem, something I can't poison and don't have good attacks into with Toronto unconscious. Skyla doesn't have her Unpheasant anymore in this game. Instead, she has a Skarmory. Let's at least go for Air Slash because it's a special attack. Skarmory, of course, very physically bulky. We outspeed this. Maybe I can get some flinches now? Or some crits with that super luck. No such luck so far. No more outspeeding as she goes for agility. Skyla insists on being the flincher, not the flinchy. Figures. Air Cutter knocks East York to low HP. Actually, the nice thing about Skarmory compared to her Unpheasant is not much damage output. We take that Air Cutter really well. If I'd gone for Roost, East York could have hung around for a while, continuing to spam those Air Slashes, but I didn't do that. We'll drop the Steel Wing here. That could have missed, but it didn't. It also could have given her a defense boost, but it didn't, so mixed bag there. Let's try Scarborough. Hidden Power Fighting is at this point my best attack into this thing. Not very inspiring, but let's see what happens. Steel Wing comes out first. Gothorita. One of those solid, bulky-ish Gen 5 Pokemon takes that pretty well, but Hidden Power Fighting does like nothing. Let's go for Fake Tears, actually. I may yet have to revive Toronto, if I even have a revive. I'm just assuming I do. But if that's what happens, we can make the Surf do some extra damage. I honestly thought Toronto would probably just sweep this gym. I didn't expect to have trouble with this one, but I am down to just a Tobacco, and it's time to see if I have a revive. I have a max revive. And 6 revives. Perfect. Of course, if she just got fewer flinches, this could play out differently, but it's Skyla, the high-flying Air Slasher. These things happen. Jump Kick is going to do pretty bad damage into a Skarmory. It's neutral, but have you seen that thing's defense stat? Well, she gets the defense boost here, too. And, okay, that's actually convenient. She's not using potions. It's -2 special defense anyway. It's about to get wiped out. The Tobacco keeps going and crashes at just the right time. seamlessly pivoting Toronto onto the field, and I'm confident enough to actually go for a Hidden Power Electric, the TM I worked so hard to get. Surf would also work just fine here, but Air Cutter comes out. That does like no damage. Should have Mega Evolved your Skarmory, I guess. I hate that I had to use a Revive on this battle, but GG to Skyla. Toronto is getting all of that experience because the rest of the team is fainted. I won't forget this battle. I'm glad that I could fight against you, she says. And that makes 6 badges. You're an amazing Pokemon trainer. My Pokemon and I are happy because for the first time in quite a while, about 2 years I'd say. Interesting, how about that? Wonder what happened then. We could fight with our full strength. This is an official league gym badge, but this is just a stepping stone. I don't think there should be a hyphen in stepping stone, but whatever. That's just my brain. Nitpicking grammar. Stepping hyphen stone doesn't look right to me. That badge sure does though in my badge case. Wow, hot stuff. With that many gym badges, Pokemon up to level 70 will obey you. Also, I want you to have this TM so that you'll always remember this Pokemon battle. I chose to read the line that way instead of interpreting it as her calling the player character hot stuff. I hope she's just saying this is hot stuff. It doesn't really make sense, but I prefer that interpretation. Anyway, Acrobatics TM. Can Unpheasant learn that? Probably, right? I think that could be worthwhile. I wonder what Professor Juniper is up to. I did promise her a ride in my plane. How about that? Professor Juniper gets a ride in the plane. I wonder whether that means anything for the immediate future of my journey. Acrobatics cannot be taught to Unpheasant. Poor Unpheasant, just can't get a win. Toronto's at level 39. I don't know what anybody else is at. I do like to make party... Everybody else is fainted. I do like to make party adjustments at the end of the episode so I don't forget. I guess... Next gym is Dragon. I guess I'll just move... I guess I'll just move Etobicoke back to the front for now. Give the Mystic Water back to Toronto. Where is it? I must have more than one now. What's higher up in the bag? That's a little annoying. Yeah, right there. Give the lucky egg back to Etobicoke. Maybe I should move the Mystic Waters. I guess I'll do that next time this comes up. Save the game in front of these fans. I guess Black 2 is sheltered from the wind while he rests up until next time. And next episode is going to be a big one, I think. This region is going to open up in a big way, and there's a lot that's going to happen between this gym and the next. Really going to be something to record, I think, and probably something to watch too, but that is for next time. So, see you then.